Take a look. Don't rush. Just take a look and.
Think you're gonna read that?
Karen has a question for you.
It doesn't give numbers, it does.
No, that's the challenge.
Look at this and trying to figure out.
Thanks, Rich.
Yep.
Plenty of I'm not that much of a sport.
Mike and Rick are not coming. So everybody's here.
Besides, I could keep going around the table.
Bill, I have some things for you. We have some compliance motions and then
Yeah. He's been told through the 24. He was like, it's going to be that type of night.
if he's not in his seat by the time the
This
movie
might be a
starts, he
break
can't
night.
participate. New rule.
Just give that a little, give a little, I'll look.
Let's get going.
Yeah.
Ready to go, Rich? Yes, sir. I've been after one for that for a long time. You rolling, Karen?
Plug in, Rich.
Okay, what's that?
Do you need to plug in?
I need to get my, my car. I'm okay, I got 80% for now. I'm just worried it's gonna go wrong. Evening, everybody. In compliance with the Open Public Meetings Act of 1975, adequate notice this meeting been given. Should any member have reason to believe this meeting is being held in violation of that act, they shall so state at this time. Hearing none, we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance.
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, Karen, roll call.
Mr. Becerra,
Here.
Mr. Jones, Mr. Riggs,
Here.
Mr. Crowley,
Here.
Ms. Gorgon, Councilmember Bodnar,
Here.
Deputy Mayor McDade,
Here.
Mrs. Reed,
Here.
Mr. Lundholm, Mr. Bedussis,
Here.
Mr. Crippen.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, we have resolutions for approval. Addis Inc., 82526, Pergola, Block 1146, lots 6 through 24.
Second.
Dennis?
I'm sorry, who motioned?
Dennis made a motion, Maureen seconded.
Okay. Okay, motion by Mr. Crowley, seconded by Deputy Mayor McDade. Councilmember Bodnar,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McDade,
Yes.
Mrs. Reed,
Yes.
Mr. Crowley, Mr. Riggs,
Yes.
Mr. Bedussis,
Yes.
Mr. Crippen,
Abstain.
Mr. Becerra.
Yes.
Thank you.
You can do that resolution now, I guess we can do it right. All right, second resolution is Addis Inc., 825-26, Block 1146, lots 6 through 24, phasing.
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Deputy Mayor McDade motions, Mr. Riggs seconds. Councilmember Bodnar?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McDade?
Yes.
Mrs. Reed?
Yes.
Mr. Crowley? Mr. Riggs?
Yes.
Mr. Badeusis?
Yes.
Mr. Crippen?
Abstain.
Thank you. Mr. Becerra?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, final resolution is 8/25/26. 3, resolution for meeting not open to public in accordance with the provisions of the New Jersey Open Public Meetings Act.
I'll make the, I'm sorry.
That's fine. Go ahead.
I'll make the motion.
Okay. Get a second to make.
Should we do that now or at the end?
We're gonna do it at the end, but this-
Resolution, we're going to talk about it later.
Got it, okay. Second.
Deputy Mayor McDade motions, Mr. Riggs seconds. Councilmember Bodnar?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McDade?
Yes.
Mrs. Reed?
Yes.
Mr. Crowley? Mr. Riggs?
Yes.
Mr. Badeusis? Mr. Crippen?
Yes.
Mr. Becerra?
Yes.
Thank you.
We have the meeting, minutes of the July 28th, 2026 meeting for approval.
I'll make the motion.
Get a second somewhere.
Second.
Deputy Mayor McDade motions, Mr. Crowley seconds. Councilmember Bodnar?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McDade?
Yes.
Mrs. Reed?
Yes.
I'm sorry, yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Crowley?
Yes.
Mr. Riggs?
Yes.
Mr. Badeusis? Mr. Crippen?
Abstain.
Mr. Becerra?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, first application, Joseph and Carol McGarraher, 701 and 703 Beach Avenue, Block 1062, Lot 6, site plan preliminary and final, waiver of requirements and variance relief.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, board members. John Amenhauser of the DeWeese Law Firm here this evening on behalf of the applicants, Joseph and Carol McCarraher, operating their business known as Madison's Bakery. Subject property, the application is 701 and 703 Beach Avenue here in Cape May. It's located or identified as Block 1062, Lot 6 on the city's tax map, and it's located in the C2 Beach Business Zoning District. As indicated by the chairman, we're seeking a couple of forms of relief this evening. The first of which we're asking for a waiver of site plan review based on the fact that the majority, if not all, of improvements located at the property and that are subject to this application are inside of the building and don't really change the site in any meaningful way. But in addition to the waiver from site plan review, we're also asking for a couple of variances related to maximum permitted signage area. This really just involves the mural that is located on the side of the building, and then a variance from minimum required off-street parking area. We'll touch on that a bit more, but those are the two variances that we're seeking under the C2 criteria tonight, in addition to the request for a waiver of site plan review. Here with me this evening, I have Nilo Ragojo. Nilo is the registered architect, prepared the plans that were submitted with this application. Don't believe Nilo has been before this board before, so I'm happy to elicit some credentials from him.
Be a good idea.
Yeah, we'll do that, Mr. Chair. And then I also have owner and operator of Madison's Bakery, Carol McCarraher, here to my right. I do intend to elicit some testimony from Carol as well. So if I can have them both sworn, and then I'm happy to elicit some credentials.
Sure. So Architect, can I just have your last name spelling? I started looking through it, but I couldn't find it.
Regojo, R-E-G-O-J-O.
Turn your mic on to green, please. Thank you.
Okay, anyone who's going to testify, please raise your hand. Mr. Hurlis, we're also going to swear in our board engineer. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I do.
All right, thank you all.
Neil, can you put your professional and educational credentials on the record for the board? Be recognized.
Sure. I have a master's degree in architecture, registered architect in New Jersey since 1989. I registered in several other states as well, but New Jersey is one of my earliest registrations.
And I know you haven't provided testimony to this board, but have you provided testimony before other planning and zoning boards in Cape May County?
Yes, West Cape May and also in Burlington County.
Okay, and you're familiar with the zoning ordinance of the city of Cape May based on your preparation of this application?
Yes.
All right. Is that sufficient, Mr. Chair?
Good.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Chair, I'd like to start with just some questions of Ms. McCarraher here. Carol, can you confirm, I mentioned earlier, you and your husband Joe are the owners and operators of Madison's Bakery, is that right?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Now, how long have you operated the bakery at this location on Beach Avenue?
We've been on Beach Avenue for 12 years.
12 years?
Oh, yeah, can you everyone bring the microphone
Yes,
closer?
12 years.
All right. And then in addition to the Beach Beach Avenue location, do you also have two other locations in the city of Cape May?
Yes, we do.
And then other locations outside of Cape May and Cape May County?
Yes.
Okay, so thriving business at this point, is that
Yes.
right? Okay. Now, as it pertains to this particular location on Beach Avenue, what prompted you to expand your space? You're always in the corner unit, right? But you've now expanded to the neighboring
Yes.
unit as well.
We really needed more space for our customers to come in. They were kind of lining out the door since our business has grown so much. Just was not enough space.
And have you noticed some relief based on the expansion that you've conducted?
Tremendously, yes.
Okay. Now, in terms of the renovations that you guys have conducted, we have talked about the expansion. Would you agree that most, if not all, of your renovations are interior in nature?
All interior.
All interior. And we're talking about adding some signs. That would be the only exterior feature.
Yes.
Would that be right?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of outdoor seating, we've also asked for approval of our outdoor seating plan, right?
Yes.
I know that back in 2019, is it accurate to state the city granted you permission to utilize outdoor seating for 8 seats?
Correct. Yes.
And then we're seeking through this application to expand that to 16 seats, is that
Yes.
right? Okay. And in terms of that outdoor seating, how's that, we don't have permanent tables and chairs that are in the ground, right? These are
No,
movable in nature?
We move them inside every night.
Every night? Okay, all right, got it. All right. That's all I have for Carol right now. I may come back to her, but just want to turn it over to Nilo unless there's any questions at this
Yeah,
point.
I do.
Please.
What are your hours of operation?
6:30 a.m. till 5 p.m.
Okay, and seasonal, what are,
We actually stay open till Christmas,
okay,
and then we go, once this slows down in October, we start limiting our hours.
to
but-
weekends?
To weekends, yeah.
Okay, and then till the end of the year, and then you reopen?
We usually reopen right before Easter, the week before Easter.
Okay, thank you.
Carol, I should mention, because I did mean to ask you, in terms of your customers for the majority, would you say that most of your customers are pedestrians that are accessing your off Beach Avenue or elsewhere?
Yes, it's walk-by pedestrians.
Mostly walking. So you're not seeing a lot of people that are coming by vehicle to your destination. It's mostly visitors that are already in the city that are walking around?
Yes, it's a lot of strollers.
Okay. Got it. All right. Yes.
Did you have any city approval for adding those 18 seats or putting up the signs?
That's what we're seeking for
But
the,
they're already up.
we have 8 seats, outdoor
You
seats.
said 18, is that what you meant to say?
Yeah, that's according to the zoning officer.
So we can confirm, I can confirm, how many outdoor seats, Carol, do you have right now?
I believe there's 8 out there.
8 tables, right?
tables,
With 2
yeah.
seats apiece?
Yes.
Or 16 total?
Mhm.
I think there is a discrepancy between the letter that we'll get to. It's 16 outdoor seats, and then what we're also going to put on the record is that there's 6 indoor seats. There's a stool in the expanded area, or I guess it's stool seating in the
It's
expanded
went on
area
the windows.
along the window.
So the indoor seats, they're on your plan, but they're not included in your seat count.
So that's correct. You know, I think 3 are in our seat count, but not 6.
No,
is that
there's
right?
6. There's none in your seat count.
There are, but there's a typo. It should be 6, but this chart shows 3. But it should be 6. That was my mistake.
And that
So,
empty-
I'm sorry.
That empty space there that says sales area, is there going to be any seating in either of those 2 large public spaces?
Only the seating along the window on these 6.
No chairs or tables inside?
No.
Mr. Emenhauser, just to
Yes.
clarify, it's 8 seats outside.
That is currently approved.
Okay, okay. Then there are 6 or 3 inside along the counter.
There are 6 inside. The
Okay.
plans show or indicate
Okay.
3. But
So
there's-
that's 14.
correct.
Okay, and then the additional request is for 4 more seats or 4 more
4
tables?
more tables. So
4
it's
more
8
tables.
seats.
Okay.
Correct.
8 more seats.
8
So
more
the
seats.
total seat count, just to make it clean,
Yeah.
it's 16 outdoor and it's 6 indoor for a total of 22 seats. That's how it's shown.
I'm always confused about this. I turn to Mr. Hurlis. Isn't it true that outdoor seats don't require parking?
That is normally the case, yes.
So the fact that they're here for site plan instead of going through the other way of getting it, I just want to make clear my understanding, and I could be wrong, but I thought the rules were that the outdoor seats don't require parking spaces and the indoor seats do.
We need to have our outdoor seating plan approved, though.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's what we're asking.
And they can do
understand
that one of
but
two
When they
ways.
do that approval process, I don't think they require parking for outdoor seats.
And I'm not indicating they do, but we're just trying to give you an overall
I'm not
seat
trying to
count.
hurt, no, I'm not speaking to
That's
you.
all.
You know what I mean? I'm just trying to get everybody's blood pressure down about the outdoor seats. It doesn't impact parking. I mean, it's not supposed to my understanding of how we do it.
The 6 indoor trigger a parking
That
variance.
does, yes.
Yes.
Can I ask a question about the 6 indoor seats? Is that is that a fixed counter that's located at? Or are those, it appears as though it's a counter, it's on the diagram as opposed to a table and chair setup?
Is it built in along the wall?
It's a window
Along the
ledge,
window?
yes.
I guess that's the question. Is it built in? Yes. Okay, thank you.
And
So
we have
can I-
this report from the zoning board, zoning officer that says the recent trip to the business showed 16 outdoor seats and approximately 10 indoor seats. These numbers don't match up. Could you explain that?
Yeah, I don't know where he got 10 from. That's,
That was a letter from May, I think.
We have,
May.
we have to take them on what they're asking for, and then that becomes enforceable. So if they suddenly more seats appear, then the zoning officer is going to,
Well, apparently in
Yeah.
May, additional seats have already appeared.
Okay,
So
but
how many,
that's-
how many seats and stools are we, stools, the whole thing, are you
24
asking for?
total.
22.
22?
20,
correct.
22
20.
total.
Stools,
Two.
6 stools.
Thank you.
And 16 outdoor seats.
That's correct.
Thank you.
They already have 8 outdoor seats approved. They're proposing to double that. So there will be 16 outdoor seats that will fall under the outdoor seating ordinance. And then they're proposing 6 indoor seats that go along the window.
Correct.
And at these stools and, we'll say, other tables, are they like quick counter service type things? Or can you sit down and you place an order, or how does that work?
It's not wait service. It's you go up to the counter, get your food, and then go sit at the
Yes,
window if you feel like
correct.
just.
It's a bakery, and that big area there is mobbed with people every time I go in there. Like, it's not like a sit-down restaurant.
I'm asking the applicant, how does it work? I've never been to this bakery,
understand.
so
I'm not
I need
criticizing you
to,
for it.
I
I'm
need
just
to
telling you as a
understand
matter
how
of,
that
like,
works.
Of the way it works. I have been, and I'm just saying.
So
It's like going to an ice cream shop. You order ice cream, you walk.
I assume, but I don't like to assume, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Carol, would that be accurate? So the way that you have it set up, I know that there was that interior partition wall that was removed. You have is it accurate to state you have a wraparound line essentially, or area for
Yes.
waiting in line?
Yes, we do. We actually have a rope that kind of corrals people in, so it's more easier to get through.
And does that
Can you
take,
possibly bring that mic a little closer? I'm sorry, I can't hear, and we're trying to make a record.
Yes.
It's broadcast on live stream, so it has to pick up. I get yelled at all the time, too. That's why when you get yelled at, I move
Okay.
right over here, too. So you have to keep it close so they can hear it on TV, or they.
and would it be accurate to state that wraparound line takes up the majority of your interior space,
The entire interior space.
aside from the stools that are on the window ledge to be able to
Correct.
sit, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So, one more question. I'm sorry. You mentioned that you're open until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So, are you doing like lunches in addition to?
We
or is
do
it just-
not, no.
No. So it's just all the baked
It's all
goods
baked
all
goods.
all day long?
Correct.
Okay. And so, Mr. King, Mr. Hurlis, just to clarify, we're looking at this from the site plan for the seating. No impact to parking. Is that what I'm understanding?
I didn't make the representation that there's no impact to parking.
Okay. Thank you.
There are, if I remember correctly, and I think my memo reflects, but the way that this site plan was approved, when parking was added to that, and the beach theater was torn down and that became seating. I mean, no, not seating, parking. There is a total of, I think it's 26 26 parking spaces that are located in the rear of that. Those 26 spaces were provided for all of the retail stores that front on Beach, as well as, what is that? The side street?
Gurney.
Ocean. No, it's.
Gurney.
Stockton. That goes all the way down to Shields Bike Shop.
That's Gurney Street.
Yes.
And in that parking lot, there are 3 spaces designated for the Madison Bakery.
Yeah, so, and I was.
Six
Get-
now.
So
They now have six.
There's only 3 signs out there.
The parking cannot accommodate all of the required retail space that's in there. It's been primarily and historically used for the employees.
Right.
So, that's how we've dealt with that. There's been an existing non-conforming situation that has existed on that site. They're converting space. So when they have that conversion, it's often the calculations change if you're going from a certain type of use to retail or to,
So in practicality, those spaces in the big lot meet their requirement for employee parking. They do not meet the requirement for customer parking.
no, so the way that we've dealt with this in the past is we've really not dealt with the whole, I've never made an applicant say, all right, figure out all the parking for everyone I think that's just ridiculous. We've been taking these kind of case by case. And really the test is the conversion. Are they generating a ridiculous amount of traffic, and is that going to cause negative impacts?
Yeah.
I think
So
it's
how-
like the mall, right? Then we've talked about the mall.
Yeah.
That someone oftentimes doesn't go to the mall just to go to one location.
Right,
They're
I get
often
that.
there for multiple, and it's very challenging and difficult. So I think
I get that, but our code doesn't recognize that.
no, I understand, but there's a practical
It's not done by
application.
seats.
Doesn't say.
Okay.
So question, how many employees do you typically have on at any given, on
Usually
average?
2.
2?
My chart is not updated, Rich, based on their new testimony.
But your chart is based on square footage, not seats.
Correct.
So that's why I don't know we're talking about seats. I don't understand what we're doing. They're outdoor seats, they don't count towards parking. The seating is based on square footage.
I asked for them to confirm whether they were proposing indoor seats or not, and they just did that through testimony.
I understand that, but the board is connecting these seats with parking issues.
Not all of us.
And that is
Mr.
creating a
King.
record that is an incorrect record as far as I'm concerned.
I think the
So I
board
just
is going through a line of questioning,
No,
Mr. King,
Mr.
to
Crowley is saying
understand.
there's inadequate parking, and I'm just trying to understand. It's
No,
very confusing to me.
At least that's not representative of my line of questioning.
It's not representative of mine either. I'm clear that, and this is why I asked the question a moment ago.
Right.
It seems that we are here for this application to talk about their seating plan. And.
Yes.
Okay, I'm not asking any other questions. Mr. Crowley is on parking, but my understanding is you're asking for additional seating.
Correct.
And that is why you are here. That is why the zoning officer directed you to the planning board.
We do need a variance too, related to signage, but that is,
For signage, we'll take one
sure.
mountain at a time.
You're not incorrect.
One mountain.
We're not incorrect. That is one of the
Okay,
reasons we
all
are
right.
here.
So right now, the confusion has been around number of seats.
Yes.
What's there, what's not, what you're asking for.
Correct.
I think I can say that I'm clear on what that is right now and clarified around your operations and hours of operations, et cetera. I'll be quiet for now.
So
Okay, but
I'll come
I'm
back
just,
to you.
our chart says that they're non-conforming on parking, and that's what this says. And I thought you said, I may have misheard, that they had insufficient parking, and that's where I'm just getting confused.
Well, I was
And
reading
it
from
may not be the board's confusion, it may be our ordinance, but I've always had a question about this.
that's site.
Outdoor seating can be done 2 ways. It can be done on a site plan or an application. That application to the department doesn't come to us. So if they didn't need a variance for a mural, I don't think they have to come to us at all to get their seating outside. Correct?
That's correct. Now,
Okay.
there still is a parking variance required. It's for the 6 indoor seats.
and the employees.
But let's talk about the 6 indoor seats, because that's also where I get a little, and I just trying to understand the chart.
I understand.
Because the chart says parking required, 1 space per 200 square foot of retail.
Right.
It's not based on seats as near as I can tell.
So this was initially submitted as total retail. So that's why they did that calculation that way. Now they've added seats since the initial submission, but it's a hybrid. So there's certainly, the 6 seats are not indicative of the parking demands for a retail area of 70 square feet, you've already indicated yourself that personally, you've seen people lining up out the door, and I have too. So
6 seats generate a parking variance?
by ordinance, the 6 indoor seats count as 1.5 required parking spaces. So technically, yes.
But this says existing is 7 spaces.
The existing parking demand was 7 spaces. The proposed is 9.
But
This chart is outdated based on their testimony.
okay, can we just, so I just,
Yes.
but I want to make sure, my job is to know what variance they're asking for, and then if they get it, make sure it's written down. And right now, I don't know what it is. So right now, they have 3 parking spaces indoors,
3,
6 parking spaces. Oh, sorry, 3 seat, how many seats now?
6.
6.
3 on their
proposing-
plan, 6 now.
they're proposing 6.
They came in with 3, but now they have 6.
They've never had any approved.
They've never had any.
There's no seats that.
No. The plan says that there's 3.
Yes.
That's the application. They've said on the record now that there's 6 inside.
That was a typo. You said that was a
Correct.
typo.
And that's fine.
I know,
It's
I know.
okay. I have to work with what's there, and the chart is what goes in the resolution, so we just got to get it all right. Now, Mr. Early, it's your opinion,
Okay.
The plans are showing 6 seats.
They are. On our plans. They are.
the testimony was 3.
There is a discrepancy. The plan,
The table, the chart.
the plan shows 6 seats, the table says 3.
I write down what the testimony is. So now, 6 seats indoors requires how many parking spaces in a bakery?
It's 1 space per 4 seats, so it's 1.5 parking spaces are
So they need 1.5
required.
parking spaces. This says, how many parking spaces do they have at this very moment?
I'm sorry?
How many parking spaces do they have at
There
this very
are
moment?
26 spaces for the entire site.
Okay, but how many do they have?
3.
No,
We have
that's incorrect. They have 6.
3 for each unit.
Right, and now they have 2 units.
So they have 2
Six.
units, they have 6.
So I am at a loss as to why they need a parking variance if they have 6 spaces for 6 stools in a bakery. That's where I'm kind of
Well,
falling down.
hold on, Rich, you also need to factor in the requirement that we have 1 for every 200 square feet. We also have to factor in that you have to have 1 for every employee in a
I've never heard that. It's
I
one
don't
or
think
the
that we
other.
can apply two
can't be both.
rules. Yeah.
It's not both.
It's right here.
It's
So-
not both. Well, that's to me a misinterpretation. You get that, you get
Does
that
everyone see
sometimes.
now why I was a little
understand.
confused about the seating and the parking dynamic?
Well, let me
That's the
pose it to the board this way. Is it appropriate to for 2 stores to generate a requirement of 1.5 parking spaces for a bakery that has 6 seats? Or is it more appropriate to calculate it based on the selling area of the bakery?
I think it should be based on the selling area of the bakery.
I do too.
A clothing store may have 3 or 4 seats in it. If you get tired, sit down, as I call them, the dad seats, okay? That's fine, but that doesn't mean that you start calculating clothing stores on seats. So to me, this whole seat thing, we have outdoor seats and we have 3 stools that you can stop and have a donut on. But, I mean, but
That to me
You're right.
says, that to me says,
You're right, there are some parking requirements that are based on square footage.
that to me says.
This one says
This
it
is
is.
an existing 2 stores that had that requirement before they bought it, and it has the requirement now they have bought it. Why do they even need to come in front of us? Because it's existing, whatever parking's in the back is there, and if there were no parking, they've already got licensing from, the previous tenant had licensing for it.
so
We're beating them up for something
But
that.
that's my thing, is that you've got it, Bill. That's where I started, is that all of a sudden we're talking about seats, but it's square footage. And now they have apparently 6 parking spaces. They have 3 stools in a bakery. And then we start talking about outdoor seats, about there's 16 of those. And this chart starts counting 16 seats and they need 9 spaces. And these are outdoor seats. They don't require parking. So I'm just trying to figure out what the whole hullabaloo is about parking here. I mean, the slushy shop and the pizza parlor, do they all have all the seats for all the parking seats there?
To be honest,
No,
I'd
they-
actually like to hear the rest of the testimony and then go into some
No, but
questions about it.
Justin, respectfully, the primary thing you have to do first is understand what's the variance that's requested, then apply the facts to that variance and the standard.
And do they even?
If
need
we
a-
don't know what variance they're asking for, or they don't need a variance, then that changes the testimony entirely.
Mr. King, can we ask the board members what variance they think that is being presented to them at this point in time? Because I'm not
Sure.
sure that necessarily everyone is hung up on the parking at this point.
It's not the parking, they might need a parking variance. That's
no,
all.
They don't need it.
That's my
The
point.
variance they need is for the sign.
That's correct.
That's it.
So maybe to clear this
that's
up
my
too.
opinion.
Before filing this, I was led to believe that we needed to ask for the outdoor seating application approvals here as well. It's indicative of the application too. So if that was incorrect,
No, you
No,
can
no,
get,
no, no,
you
no.
can get your
No,
outdoor,
no, no.
that seemed to confuse a lot of people.
you can get your outdoor seating approved here or there.
Right.
Okay.
Either one is fine. It's just
Okay.
whether or not it triggers parking requirements. It's been
Understood.
an area of confusion for me.
Yeah.
But apparently our ordinance doesn't require parking for outdoor seating. Is that
not.
correct?
That's how it's been interpreted.
And I've always said
up to
someday
now.
someone's going to take a vacant lot, put 200 seats on it, and barbecue and say we don't need any parking. But that's our ordinance.
It has to be associated with a
Yeah.
primary business,
So,
by the way.
but
So I may have helped to create the confusion by
it's
leading.
okay. And
That was the reason we
I'm
put the
irritating the
testimony on.
board, but we have to know what variances we're being asked to grant. We can't just get into the testimony. We have to, so there's no variances.
Does
for us.
anybody disagree with what I said a second ago?
No, I think it sounds like the board is leaning towards the fact that they do not need a parking variance. Correct. For this,
Based
For the
on your
point-
interpretation
We
of
still
the
don't
outdoor
know what
seating
They're
regulations.
requesting. You're absolutely right, Marie. You're
Thank
absolutely
you.
right about
And
that.
I would just ask for the record, just make sure everyone is in agreement that what we are looking at right now is that they need approval on a seating plan, and they are here, their application is here for a variance approval for the sign. Is everyone in agreement with that?
That's where we are.
Correct.
Okay,
yes.
okay, thank you.
And can I go on record as saying that, Rich, you have never irritated me in any way, shape, or form?
I try. I try. But it's just like everybody seems to getting mad at me because I'm pointing out that we're doing a variance we don't need to do.
So we
And by the way, we have
We
an
are going-
outdoor seating application next as well, so it's important to kind of keep this stuff in mind.
I think we all have.
All right, so what we should probably be focusing on is the sign.
And that's where we'll go. Nilo, are you ready to go?
And you're also
Actually, before we go on.
Approving the site plan for the
architect-
outdoor seating.
Yes, and the site plan for the outdoor seating, let's.
I just have a technical question which can easily be answered. On your planning board application, on page 1, you list the applicant as the Madison Bakery, and then on page 2, I guess that is, you list the Icona Cape May as the owner of the property.
Correct.
And then on page, whatever, the pages aren't numbered, but the affidavit certifications, maybe I'm wrong here, but it looks like you've signed the owner's certification, which was supposed to be signed by the owner.
So this second signature that is here is an agent of the owner of the Icona. Came into my office and signed that certification. The signature right here.
Would have been good if you told us that, but yeah, that doesn't look like anything, but okay. Who is that person, by the way?
Who is that? I can, what's that?
Jennifer Ramirez?
Yeah, I can get you additional certification if you need it. I didn't think I needed anything in addition to what is,
Well,
yeah, indicated here.
okay.
But I'm happy to supplement it if we need to.
Unless you're questioning the validity.
The validity of the
person,
signature,
we-
right.
We rely on what they present to us.
Well, I'm not questioning the validity of the signature necessarily, but I'm questioning the accuracy of who that person is.
They're presenting it to us as the owner.
I get it, but it clearly should
You
have
have to
said,
you have to accept what they give us is.
I understand that. I understand that
You're
completely.
very suspicious.
My question is, the section 26 is supposed to be signed by the owner. It's signed by the applicant, and then there's a signature of somebody who represents the owner.
Represents the owner.
That's, all I wanted was a clarification.
Okay. Got it. All right, so we know we're asking for 6 seats, that's the site plan part. So we'll move on to the.
Move on to, Nilo, if you can. I know we've
Yes.
just gone over a lot of it, but general conditions of the existing site, can you go over those for the benefit of the board and what's been done in terms of renovation here?
Sure. As Mr. Hurl has pointed out, this originally was the head house or the retail portion of the Beach Theater. So it's 8 retail stores Madison's occupied the westernmost unit, which was 701. They expanded into 703. Nothing else was touched on in terms of the rest of the head house building. The rear of the theater itself was demolished and became the parking lot. So Madison's has been in operation 701 since 2015,
Yes.
somewhere.
All right, now, in terms of the site conditions on the exterior of the site, what exactly is changing?
Only the signage.
Only the signage. Everything else is existing conditions that were there prior to the
Yes.
conversion? Okay, all right.
May I ask a question? Is the signing proposed replacement, I see it in this exhibit, is this going to be placed over the center between the two units?
So we actually are going to get to that. We have a pictorial of exactly where they're going to go.
Okay.
There you go.
Is this in your packet or should we mark
It is. No, both
is,
of these
yeah.
are, were submitted.
I
in
don't
the
Okay.
mark
packet.
anything. They're the
You
same
don't.
thing, okay.
Nope.
So it's the bottom right-hand corner, right?
So it's actually the two different storefronts. If you look at this,
Yeah, I think, if you can go back to the first sheet, Neela, you indicate right on the plan there, where are the new
this is
signs?
the original 701.
Yep.
So there's a sign over that doorway. Then there was another sign for the former retail store over that doorway. So those will each receive two of the new Madison signs. There's another one above the windows on the side. That's the third. And then to the left of that is the mural.
So you're going to have 3 signs and a mural.
Correct.
Are they lit?
No.
So why 2 signs in the front and not 1?
There are two different doorways, two separate.
But it's for one location, it's for one business, correct?
Correct. If you look at, it's hard to see with this shadowed photo, but there are recessed panels over each entrance, which were originally going to be separate tenant spaces. It would be very awkward to put a sign in the middle. So I think we're respecting the building's, fenestration by putting the signage over those doors.
So could I enter in either door to get into the bakery?
Yes.
And I could exit in either door,
Yes.
correct?
And you don't have any, I'm sorry, you don't have any intention of changing that and closing the door
No,
off?
no.
Okay. It just,
What-
that for that small, I'm sorry, for that small of a footprint?
Seems
3
like a lot of
signs?
signage.
It seems
Well,
like a lot
I-
of signs.
Should
If I,
get to
if I
this
could,
next.
the other side of the coin is why two signs for the side? You have 2 for the front, you're talking about the integrity of the building, but you also have 2 for the side, which goes, you have the very large mural, then you have another sign over, more towards the front of the building.
It's the same, it's basically the same architectural language of the storefront with almost a transom panel above. So each storefront had its transom panel. So that's where the third sign went, was within that same transom
Yeah,
panel.
but that's not his question.
There's a lot of redundancy there as far as with, you have a very large mural sign, then you have another sign there. So so I'm not quite sure why you would have 2 signs on the side. You also have the two on the front. I mean, you're just.
Well, I would say it's a corner property, so the 2 most valuable signs are the one facing on Gurney and the one facing Beach.
Neela, let me ask you this. The sign variance that we're asking for, would you agree with me that it's not related to the number of signs? It's the total area of the signage, is that right?
That's my understanding, yes.
So it may be that we have 4 signs, but that's not violative of the ordinance. Is that your understanding, your opinion?
Yes.
So,
So it's not the number of signs.
Total
So
square
It's
footage.
the square footage that we're talking, that really is the issue.
and that's kind of where I'm trying to understand is if you had and I'm not proposing this, I'm just trying to walk through this. If there's a bigger sign over the doorway versus 2 signs, what does that,
It actually that would trigger a variance. Because these signs, you're allowed 20 square foot per sign. The
No.
3 signs,
Not true.
No, I thought it
according to
was-
the,
You're allowed you're allowed to have multiple signs, but the total of those can't exceed 20 square foot.
That's what I thought.
the total?
The total of all. of them.
Aggregate?
Aggregate.
Total.
All of them.
So now we're up
have
to-
one big sign and keep it under that threshold.
What's the square footage? What's the square footage of the mural?
that's,
They're 19
Neela.
square feet right now. You
Correct.
get one
Each
sign,
sign.
one
Yeah,
sign.
yeah, but Craig is right. Craig is right. It's the total number of signs. Could be one sign of 25 or 40, or it could be 5 signs that add up to.
Except
Yeah.
that there were 2 stores here and each store had its own sign.
Again, now it's one store.
Right, now it's one location.
And what they're doing is,
One
if
business,
Craig's
same
numbers are
business.
right, they're requesting a variance of a maximum of 20 square feet to a total of 258 square feet.
That's because the mural is estimated at 200 square feet, and the mural was determined to be a
I
sign.
get
Without
that,
the mural.
but that's 1,300 times larger than
Roughly
the
60,
code
just
requirement.
just south of that.
20. 20 for Wolf.
20, regardless of what it is. So here I see what I consider to be a very sophisticated new proposed sign. You know, I think it's nice. I mean, I think if you were asking for a variance that made this stand over the front door and took up both units from a customer standpoint, from a consumer pedestrian standpoint, that's less confusing to me than seeing Madison Bakery. I'm going to stand there, see two doors, and I'm going to be like, oh, is there two different things going on here?
Is one a coffee shop? Is one
One's a
bakery?
retail, you know,
One-
whatever it might be. And then there's one on the other corner. And then the mural, this is aesthetically my view, doesn't fit in with the aesthetics that you're presenting here. This is to me a very sophisticated looking wording, style, design, font. And this, not to disparage, but it just doesn't seem to go with that sort of, that look, in my opinion. And so I just think it looks a lot. I understand that you want to, you know, trademark your business, your location, you've got a good location. I'm just thinking of, you know, what it would look like with all of that going on. But, so that's kind of.
Was there approval for the mural? Did anyone ever come before us or whoever for the approval on the mural?
I think there ever has been a approval for the mural.
Karen, how long has that mural been there, and what was the,
Probably close to 10 years.
and at the time that you put it into place, did anyone ever, well, I should say this, after it was put in place, were you ever cited for any sort of zoning violation? Were you ever made aware that
No.
it needed approvals?
No,
So you didn't do this intending to violate any sort of an ordinance or otherwise skirt the requirement to come in here?
No.
did you? So I don't think there was any bad faith on the applicant's part, but,
No, we didn't imply, that wasn't implied.
no, I just wanted
Yeah.
to, there wasn't an approval.
So let
for it.
me
There
ask,
is not.
let me ask the question. There are two existing signs over the front of each of those stores.
That's correct.
The one on the side is not, is an additional sign.
that was an existing one with the original 701. The one on the side and the one over the 701 are existing.
There exists, because it says new
Yes.
sign.
That's the proposed new design.
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 The only thing you're adding in this application, just to make sure I understand this, is a sign over the store that you just took over.
Correct.
That's the
That's the only difference, is you're putting a sign where the other business next to you would have a sign anyway.
Correct.
But we're also talking about with Craig,
They're
talking
fine,
about
just
the
to make sure I
aggregate
understand.
total of
They-
the total
Yeah,
signage
so
of that.
those were placed without approvals, it's my understanding. So let me just take a step back. So the existing storefronts have a pattern and they have an inset where they, you know, the sign copy would go. And I believe if they're all the same, they're all 21.74 square feet and they repeat over top of each storefront door entryway.
And there's a column in between each store.
Right, so that's how it exists now. Now, they almost penalize themselves by acquiring the store next to them and just making it, instead of two stores, if there were two separate stores, you would be allowed two 20-square-foot signs. But because they knocked through the wall and they essentially knocked 20 square foot off of their ability to have legally, because they acquired the storefront. Cape May has a unique ordinance in that the signage is just limited to 20 square feet. It's very modest. It has no relationship to the size of the building. Some ordinances say you're allowed X square feet per every linear foot of building. That's kind of a proportional allowance based on the width of the storefront. We don't have that. So in this case, by acquiring that and having them remove that sign over top of what they're acquiring would disrupt that pattern of signage that's along the front on Beach Avenue. That's the case for it. Now, the fact that they're asking for 258 square feet where 20 square foot is only permitted, it's a bit excessive. It's the most that I've seen that I can remember.
And in addition to that, we don't have any clear documentation that even the existing signs were approved by anybody.
Well,
I think that they were done with site plan approval way back when, but I don't have the documentation on it.
Probably just the
I'm talking
history
about
of the building.
The
think our-
signs over the storefront door.
Yeah, I think in concept, our sign ordinances are designed to ensure that our commercial properties don't start looking like the Wildwood Boardwalk. And that's the reason why they exist in Cape May.
It's very modest, and we have a historic context, so,
Yes.
yeah.
And by the way, do we have any analysis from the Historical Preservation Commission?
I have not seen any approval
Are
from
we
them.
supposed to?
I have a question. Because it's 701 and 703 Beach Avenue, could it still be considered two separate units? Or because they knocked the wall down, it's now considered one unit, even though it's got two different addresses? Therefore, they'd be entitled to two different 20-square-foot signs.
It's, the way that the ordinance reads, it's multiple signs are permitted per use, limited to 20 square feet.
I mean, technically, is the mural a sign?
I believe it is.
Yeah,
I mean, but is it? Or is it art?
that's in the ordinance too, mural signs.
Does it not say their business name on it?
It does, but I'm curious, what
With donuts.
defines a sign?
I mean, I don't vote, okay? I'm just saying that I want to ask everyone to give a thought to what you would prefer to have there instead. As I whispered to Mr. Bodnar, I said, well, it's a lot of signs, but then again, what should they put over that awning on the side anyway?
Right.
Like, should that be blank? Or would you rather that wall be a big brick wall? I mean, what if they paint it black? Then you have a big black wall. We don't regulate color. So, I mean, you have to give, I guess in terms of desirable visual environment, and we just have, like everyone to talk about that and comment on it so we have a record, because they have the right to appeal, and I want to have a record that says, okay, we're saying we'd rather a brick wall instead of the donut.
I'd like to reinforce Maureen's comment of a minute ago with this idea, and that is that separate and apart from the Madison Bakery, this comment has nothing to do with the Madison Bakery. The building that it exists in is already an embarrassing eyesore on Beach Drive. Putting lots of signs up on it makes it look even more of an eyesore. It looks like a hodgepodge of just too much stuff in a building that already looks like crap, if you pardon my French. So
Is that a planning term?
I mean, that goes to the intentions and the interest of the owner of the building, not the tenants of the building. But lots of signs, lots more signs than our code even requires. 1,300 times more signs than our code requires makes it even more confusing. And I just think that there's got to be some middle ground. You can have the mural. Nobody wants you to take, it's already painted, but the side sign, unnecessary because you got the mural. The front sign can be one big sign. You'll still need a variance for it, but it's going to be a little bit.
Exactly. You would still need a variance for it. So
I just said you need a variance for it, but the variance that in that context makes some sense.
I don't know where to.
Can I say one thing about the number of signs on the building? This theater was a very common archetype for older movie theaters. So you had the theater in the back, the lobby was a long skinny lobby, and there were a number of retail spaces that surrounded the street front. So they were intended to have signs on every entrance, on every store. That's the way the building was designed.
You're right, and the theater's not there, and the building's falling apart.
That doesn't mean any, that's not the point.
I know. The point is, the visual look of the building in its current condition, plus a lot of signs, a lot more signs than looks appropriate, makes it look worse. I think that's our point. That's my point.
I don't agree.
I don't agree either.
I don't agree with that.
Agree with that
No.
either.
Okay, then let's go over the Wildwood Boardwalk and see how it works over there.
It would be good to take it down, but that came with the original part of the building. Yeah.
Can we just talk about the mechanics of a single sign? How does a single sign work with that column there? What does that look like? So if everybody wants a single sign across there, I just want you to know what it's going to look like, because it's going to have structural things extending it out past the column down the middle, so it's going to stick out a bit. Like, how does that work?
Yeah, no, I think you're right. The best picture to look at is this one of the original storefront, sorry. You can see the pilasters on either side, the brick pilasters. So if we were to put a sign in the middle spanning the two storefronts, it's hard to see on these photos here, you would have to bridge that pilaster and build it out somehow, and it just wouldn't, in my opinion, architecturally would not look right.
Well, then there'd be gaps between the end of each sign and the next column, right? The corner and the next column, because there can only be 20 square feet, right?
Right.
Because if we're going to do that, we should talk about what that sign's going to look like. Is it going to be long and narrow?
May I,
What's it gonna look like?
an option to that, just for consideration from the applicant, rather than having two signs? You know, you want people to enter into your primary space, right? And that other space is really an overflow. Is it necessary to have a sign over that door? I just put that out there to you for consideration.
I
I
do.
think if you don't have
Okay.
a sign,
All
if you
right.
don't have a sign over that door, people are going to think it's vacant.
They did. With no sign there. They did. It looks like an empty building, so we definitely need a
It
sign.
looks
So
like it
when they
looks like
see-
it's vacant. It looks like it's.
When they see people inside there, people are still going to think it's vacant, though?
You really
Aren't they,
can't see.
isn't that where the
If they're
overflow
driving,
is
if they're
supposed to go
driving by,
into?
if they're driving by, yes. If you go by a structure like this, and you've got and you can tell they're individual units, and you've got half the units with signs and half of them without signs, you're gonna say, that building's half empty.
But we're saying we're trying to drive there, if I understand correctly in the beginning, the testimony was most of the traffic is foot traffic,
I'm
pedestrian.
saying people who go by and say, well, now we know we're gonna go get our donuts.
I mean, you'd have to be walking pretty fast to go by the,
And my suggestion, Bill, to counter your suggestion, is one sign that goes across both doors, and you can get a variance for that.
There's a column that juts out.
That's what he just covered.
But they have to fill in bricks.
It's gotta be out, it's gotta be offset from the building, and then on the wings of it, you got about 6 or 7 inches of space behind it.
I mean, to me, you have a sign on the front for the entrance to the main, you have a sign on the side, you have a mural on the side. Adding another sign just over the second door does seem a little excessive to me. I don't sort of buy the argument that people will think it's vacant. They're arriving at this corner to go to a bakery. It just seems, I don't know.
via foot,
If you're gonna take a sign off, take the
via
one off the
foot,
side.
mind you.
Yeah, take the one off the side.
The repetitive nature of the ones over the doors makes sense to me.
Okay.
From
Along the Beach Avenue.
From a
crossing.
streetscape perspective, yeah, Long Beach Avenue. The stuff around on the corner seems excessive to me. So that's just me personally, but I like the repetitive nature and pattern that exists along the Beach Avenue storefronts.
You
Fine
take
with
the
me.
sign off on the side, leave the mural,
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. I mean, that just was originally what was approved for when we had just the 701 unit.
I mean, in fairness, what was, oh, never mind.
What was there? It was what was there when they took the unit over.
What was approved was a sign.
it's
It's okay, whatever it was.
Call it MB2 for the.
So, Carol, based on that and we'll get back to the outline.
I'm a little confused. Let me just, something you said. The sign was there with your name on it when you had the, what do you, on the
When
side?
we took it over, there was originally a sign there that was a T-shirt shop. So
Okay.
we did have approval when we took over 701 12 years ago, and we had Madison's put on the side and on the front location. So that's always been there.
Okay.
It's-
It seems
that's
to me
not
that
new
there's
sign.
quite a bit going on with your property there that you're renting that didn't get approval. A couple of signs have gone up. I'm just wondering if you can compromise with us a little bit. And I'm not
that's-
hearing that.
Well, that's I think I was about to.
Any chance we can get the mural touched up a little bit? That looks pretty tacky, too.
Well, Kara, talk a little bit about that mural. We put it in place and
Brian Demuse, who's passed away, and he's been pretty iconic here in Cape May. He's done pretty much a lot of the artwork.
Right.
And most of the buildings here in Cape May, so.
Yeah, I know.
And his signature and stuff is on the building, and,
He passed away last year.
yeah.
But Carol, based on what we're hearing from the board, number of signs seems to be a potential issue. The smaller sign on the Gurney Street corner, could we compromise to remove that sign as part of an approval by this board?
Yes.
So we could compromise to take that out. That still is not going to alleviate the need for a variance. We'd still need to ask for that, in my opinion, based on the total signage area. Based on the review letter, I think that's the case, but
But those signs existed.
they
They
existed.
did.
Well, they did. Yes, they existed at 21.
I think it's a nice compromise. Thank you for
We can do
offering
that.
that.
Can I ask a question about the lighting that you're proposing? Because looking at the diagram, or I guess one of the sheets that you provided, you have a proposed replacement signs for 1, 2, and 3, and it looks like there's an overhead light that is suggested for the light. The one in the middle and the bottom. What lighting does currently exist for the signs at Madison Bakery?
The lighting that currently exists is through Icona. They supply all the outdoor lighting, so that has nothing to do with anything that we have.
But what type of lighting is it? Is it indirect lighting?
I can-
I just don't know.
They're surface-mounted, industrial-type fluorescent plastic cover fixtures, very industrial, I mean, very utilitarian. This, I have to say that this image was given to me. That light was part of that image. It's not part of this project, so I should have clarified that, but it's really only for the sign.
okay.
You can see it's a different storefront. It was really an,
So I guess the question, do you have the picture of the fixture of the lighting fixture that you're proposing in part?
Or you're not replacing
we're
that?
not proposing,
No,
any-
light-
we're not proposing
okay.
any lighting fixtures.
You're not proposing any lighting? Okay, I wasn't sure. So these are not backlit signs. These are just, yeah, whatever, exactly, whatever is there now, however they're lit by whatever ambient lighting there may be, or daylight and such.
Correct.
So there isn't going to be any additional lighting that's going to be, because you're talking about a lot of signage, but you're not going to have additional lighting that's going to be like focused on these signs,
No.
right? Okay.
You may be able to see the lights in this photo on your drawing, on this middle one. There's some lights that are mounted directly to the underside of the roof deck.
I have a question. This is towards our city solicitor and engineer. Just from my own curiosity and knowledge of businesses I have, is it considered a sign if you put your name on an awning? It's just a question. I mean, there's awnings
I
around.
don't think our ordinance allows,
Is that considered a sign? Can you put your name on an awning?
I don't think our ordinance allows signs.
I'm just asking.
Yeah, it's a fair question. I can look it up. I thought any writing was a sign.
Yeah, I haven't reviewed an awning in a while, so I can't, but I have to look it up.
Okay.
I think anything that communicates through writing is a sign. I haven't read the ordinance in a while, but that's my general understanding. But I can look at it now if you'd like. I can do it while you guys do other stuff.
I'd like to have an answer on that because there are awnings all around that building.
Is that sign that's on the side, is that there now or that's just proposed?
No,
It's there now.
It's existing. It's been there for 12 years.
You're taking that sign down as part of this?
If we have to,
Yeah,
yes.
And then what's going to be there? Just the wall?
Just empty.
And is that sign you're taking down, is that sign you're going to put over the other unit, or is that sign there too?
No, we'll just do away with the sign.
So the signs that are proposed, they're all in place at this time, correct?
Correct.
They're all there.
All three signs are there now. They're just replaced, they're replacing the
Correct.
Okay.
All right. So we agreed to get rid of one of the 3 smaller signs on the Gurney Street corner of the building that we can agree to remove. At this point then.
I'm sorry, can I say one more point?
Yeah,
When
go
we
ahead.
take that down, there's a transom, there could be a window up there. I don't know what's behind that sign, but I'm sure it's above the drop ceiling right now. So it's going to require some kind of treatment to make it look presentable. You can't just take it off and leave the wall as it is.
Well, you can just make a blank. You just have a blank sign. Rather than actually removing the sign, just have it white.
You could ask the owner to paint over it.
Well, anything that happens is going to have, the owner's going to have to do any structural
Saying, I mean,
alterations.
if you take down the sign, like you said, if there's a transom, if there's glass, if there's something there, that presents, right, where you just paint the inside of it.
Hopefully it's waterproof.
Yeah. What we can testify to is that any Madison advertisement through that sign will be removed as a condition of any approval if granted. Nilo,
Yes.
for the for the remainder of the signage, we, according to the engineer's review letter, based on the mural and the 2 signs on the front, we exceed the maximum permitted signage area, in your opinion, that's allowed by ordinance?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And in terms of the variance, we sought that under the C2 substantial benefit criteria, municipal land use law, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you evaluate,
We changed everything.
when you evaluate the positive criteria under that section, are there any purposes of zoning that you believe would be promoted if the board were inclined to grant the relief to allow those 3 signs to remain?
Well, the nature of the building, of the unit on the corner, I think justifies the second sign on facing Gurney Street. I was never under, I never agreed with the assumption that the mural was a sign. I can see where it would be determined to be a sign because of the name Madison's, but I viewed it more as artwork. But I think the compromise that we're reaching is reasonable, but I think having the 3 signs make perfect sense to me.
Do you believe that that mural and the signage that's proposed along the front on the Beach Avenue frontage creates a desirable visual environment, in your opinion? I know we've heard otherwise from some, but is it your professional opinion that you believe it does create a desirable visual environment?
Yes, I think the mural adds a lot of character to that otherwise blank wall. I mean, there are examples in other parts of Cape May, like the big butterfly on Carpenter Street Mall, that are, you see people posing for pictures there all the time, and we hear that people pose in front of the Madison's picture mural as well for pictures. So I think those kind of things, as opposed to making it look like Wildwood, give it some real character.
And in terms of the 2 signage along the Beach Avenue frontage, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I'm just going over what I intended to discuss before we had a discussion already. So I just want to get it out.
Put this on the record.
I just got to create. So those signs, at least in their location, existed previously for both the Madison's unit at 701 and the unit that existed at 703, correct?
Yes, there are signs in both those locations.
And so are we essentially replacing, it's a different advertisement for a different business, but we're putting signs where signs that already exist. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Same size?
Actually,
Slight
can
reduction.
you talk, yeah,
Within
slight reduction.
within a few inches of the original. I mean, there was a molding around that was meant to fit within that architectural opening.
So they're slightly smaller, but in the same location as those prior signs, correct?
Within a few inches, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Exactly.
Generally.
Yes.
All right. In addition to the positive criteria that you believe would be promoted if the board were to grant this relief, do you see any substantial detriment that would befall the public good, the zone plan, or the ordinance of the city of Cape May if these signs were permitted to remain as they sit today?
Personally, no, I don't.
Okay. I'd like to get into Mr. Hurlis's, a couple of comments in Mr. Hurlis's review letter. If we can, I know he's going to go over it as well.
We're only dealing with the signs in with the signs in his comments.
Okay. All right. You're right.
Any of the comments?
Any of the comments in the review letter? We don't.
There you go, that's your testimony.
All right, good. Thanks. You're making it easy, Rich. You don't like to make it this easy on me. Just go through this real fast. Nilo, in addition to the testimony that you've already put on the record, anything else you'd like to add at this time that hasn't yet been covered either through us or through discussion with the board and amongst the board?
No, I have no further comments.
I should ask, we asked for a waiver of site plan review through the application as well. We indicated most of all, not all of the improvements are to the interior of the building. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
So do you believe a waiver of site plan review is justified through this application?
Yes.
Okay.
So can you just clarify that? So I don't write down the one thing. It's not a waiver of site plan review, right? It's a waiver of the elements.
It's
of
a
the site.
waiver of the requirements. You're granting site plan approval, but we're waiving all of the site plan checklist requirements.
Right.
And those are indicated in my report.
Because you need site plan approval, so we're not waiving.
The requirements of site plan. Correct.
We're also granting outdoor seating approval.
I think I covered that one. I think I did. I don't want to have to bore you again with it. That's all we have at this time. If there's additional questions, obviously, please give them to us.
Are we the authority that grants outdoor seating?
Yes. The planning board, through site plan approval, has the ability to grant outdoor seating approvals.
Any other questions from any board members?
Where, can you describe where the outdoor seating is located?
It's on the,
Neil, do you want to show that on the
Right.
plan?
It's on the plan.
Point it out.
right there.
Right, okay.
That
got
sort
it.
of perimeter
Awning,
area?
yes.
Yeah, yeah.
And that,
And what, I don't want to open up Pandora's box on this, so, but what type of safety measures are out there already for the outdoor seating? There's no bollards or anything, correct?
No, that's underneath that.
But it's underneath the overhang, but there are
Your columns.
Pillars,
The
correct?
columns, yeah,
Columns.
yeah.
Okay.
Need to protect the people that are sitting there?
Yeah.
No. There's no other protection other than the columns.
And that leaves 8 feet of pedestrian access.
Correct.
Walkway.
Is that enough, Craig?
I'm proposing.
There is no requirement for physical barriers or anything like that. We've done it in the past where it made sense from a traffic safety standpoint. Two that come to mind is the end of Beach Avenue, where the Cove turnaround is, and the ice cream parlor where we had a backing out movement that was going to back right towards them. So those were certain circumstances. Here we have a straight, linear curb line that protects them.
Do we have any standard for width
Egress
of
for
pedestrian?
sidewalks, yeah.
What-
Pedestrian egress.
Yes,
Yeah.
and they've shown that on the plan.
No, is
Yeah.
8 feet okay?
That's so that they've met those standards, or I would have flagged them in the report.
All right.
It's much wider than a sidewalk would be, correct? So much
Sidewalk.
wider.
They have
That's
to
8
provide
feet and it's,
clear access along, there's access requirements. So one of the disconnects that's been happening with some of our site plan review of outdoor seating applications is that the internal departments weren't looking at these, but we've started a process where we're involving them and we're getting their review comments before they come to the board so that we're aware. I'm not an expert in fire subcode stuff. Obviously we need those comments from them. We've gotten them, and we have another application coming up where we've gotten comments too. So outside the internal jurisdictional reviews have been done, and essentially you can grant outdoor seating approval. That's part of your powers.
Thank you, Craig.
Okay.
You want to just a quick, I just have to update some stuff for Rich, I know but August 3rd, 2026 is my review memorandum. Once again, you're being asked to approve preliminary and final site plan, a waiver of the checklist requirements, as well as outdoor seating approval, and the variance that's been requested. With regards to the preliminary site plan approval, as you note, pages 2, 3, and 4, leading into page 5, have all the checklist requirements that are required of site plans. Because this site only involves interior modifications, I supported waivers from all of those items. I'm not even going to point you to the zoning requirements on page 5 of 8 because that table has been changed through testimony. Or the only thing that really is relevant is they're asking for approval for the signage, which includes the wall mural and 2 signs of 19.49 square feet each. That exceeds the total of 20 square feet. So that's the variance that's required.
Located on the front of the building.
I'm sorry?
Relocated on the front.
On the Beach Avenue side of the building, correct. And then finally, on page 7 of 8 and 8 of 8, my general review comments should all be conditions of approval unless modified by this testimony.
Do you go with that, Mr.
That's,
Raymond?
yes, acceptable.
In your review, Craig, did you find any requirement that on a retail food establishment that they provide restrooms
I'm
for
sorry?
either the employees or the public?
That is not a zoning standard. So I do not do that zoning review. If that's
Health Department.
yeah, that's not part of our review.
Okay, Craig, can you send me an updated chart consistent with whatever we decided on the parking?
I can try, yes.
I don't know if I can fix this.
Yeah,
It's hard for you, it's
yes,
impossible for me.
I will do that.
Okay, so we need a motion for,
Sorry, can we open to the public? I'm sorry.
All right.
anybody in the public care to comment on the application? Okay, public portion's closed. Now we can do the motion. We might as well do it all in one.
Yes,
All right,
so,
the motion I'd
right.
recommend being made, but how you vote is up to you, is a motion to grant site plan and preliminary site plan approval with the waivers requested by the applicant to approve the outdoor seating as part of the site plan, to grant variances not for parking, but for the signage, with the applicant having modified their application to make clear that there are 6 seats, 6 stools inside, and that they're going to remove the sign on the side of the building.
Gurney Street side, correct.
Okay?
Gurney Street side.
I think that's the,
And the mural
Ms.
remains.
McDade, do you have a
And the
question?
mural
No,
remains.
I'm sorry.
that's the,
I'll make the motion in the affirmative.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Deputy Mayor McDade, seconded by Mr. Crippen. Councilmember Bodnar?
It's a reasonable compromise on the signage. Thank you for, listening to us and responding as you have. Best of luck on your expansion. I vote yes.
Deputy Mayor McDade?
Same, thank you. Appreciate the accommodation and working with us on that. And best of luck on your expansion.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Mrs. Reed?
Yes.
Mr. Crowley?
I would just want to comment before I vote, and that is that the total amount of signage area requested is unique and unusual, and frankly, way too much in just in terms of numbers. However, the historic nature of that mural really skews the number to a great degree. If you took the mural was 2,000 or 200 square feet. Yeah. If you took that and separated it as more like a historic artifact, having 2 signs on the front of the building is a reasonable compromise, and I think that works very well. The numbers look big, but they're not really big because the mural is something very strange and unusual and has an appropriate place on that property. So I have no problem with the resolution as it's amended.
So you're voting yes?
Is that a yes?
That's a yes. I said I had no problem with it, but
Would you please note the date, time,
You got to say it.
I think he got it in under
what
a
was
minute,
what did I
too.
say?
for memorializing the time?
Yeah, because the time it took you to say what you had to say.
Now you do aggravate me sometimes. Rich never does, but
That's a very good point, Dennis, that you made there. Thank you.
That was a good point.
Mr. Riggs?
I just want to say thank you for the compromise. Thank you for listening to the board. I think personally, I do agree that the mural on the side of the building, yes, people do like to take pictures in other parts of the city, and best of luck on the expansion. So I'm a yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Paducis?
Yes.
Mr. Crippen?
Yes.
Mr. Bezerra?
Yes.
Thank you.
just a quick comment. Maybe the applicant would be interested in speaking to the owner of the building to make sure that at least those 2 portions look a little bit more acceptable from the street in terms of paint jobs.
You ever met him?
Thanks.
Yeah, good luck with that, is right.
all right, take care.
I want to be on there. Yeah.
Oh, I should have said this, Mr. Paducis. I had your answer.
True. Oh, what is it?
I had your answer. I forgot to give it to
On
you.
the awnings.
It says sign. Any device for visual communication that is used for the purpose of bringing a subject to the attention of the public. The area of any sign shall be the maximum projected area of the shape which encloses the sign, structure, device, or representation. So it's any device for visual communication that is used for the purpose of bringing a subject to the attention of the public.
Okay.
I generally read that to mean that if that mural was merely flowers,
Right.
I'm not sure that that would be a sign unless it was a florist. But since that thing on the side, I think someone said was a donut, that's what I recall it being, is like
Cinnamon
donuts. What's that?
It's a cinnamon bun.
Cinnamon
One
bun.
in the middle.
Then that is communicating it's a bakery, so that is a sign.
To be accurate for the record, it's a glazed cinnamon bun.
But to your question, an awning that has writing on it that says barber shop
Right.
is a sign.
That would be considered a sign. Okay.
That's how we treated the Mission Cult.
Oh.
Their awnings had,
Oh, right,
their
right,
awnings
right.
had their logo on.
Okay, next item is.
That was the easy one.
That was the easy one. 7 Ocean LLC, 7 and 10 Ocean Street, Block 1056, lots 13.02 and Block 1047, Lot 5. site plan, preliminary and final, and hardship, substantial benefit relief. Tony? No, I want to turn your microphones.
It's Anthony Monzo from Monzo, Cantonese Delalis, representing the applicant.
I want to put the microphone closer to you.
Representing the applicant, Seven Ocean LLC. With me are John Cornick, who is a professional engineer and planner who will provide testimony to support the variances and explain the site plan. I also have Dwayne Ridgway, who's the manager at the Inn of Cape May. I have several exhibits. I'm not going to go through them all in case questions come up. We can refer to them. One of them is a prior site plan from 1993 that approved a reconfiguration of the parking lot, which is on the other side of Ocean Street, owned by the same hotel owner and used solely in connection with the Inn of Cape May. That parking lot has been in the condition it's in for at least 30 years, and it was approved in 93. For some reason, it was never finished. The current owner bought the property in 2021, and prior to purchasing the property, we did have a meeting with Craig Hurlis on site to go over that issue, because we did, through the due diligence, see that there was an approval. There was money actually being held in escrow, approximately $27,000 for that, but it just was never pursued. The city never enforced it, so it's kind of been out there for years. So one of the purposes of this application is to get that parking lot completed pursuant to the plans with some minor changes that we'll discuss as we go through this. So I'm just going to hand these out, and I'm not going to go through again every one of them because there's several. But the first one you may want to just take a look at, which is the prior site plan from 1993.
Is the money still in escrow too?
Yes,
With whom? Us?
it's cash escrow with the city of Cape May, yes.
Not from the fight? Not for the fight.
I think it was, may have been Beth Eastman. Actually, Irv Workman may have
Well, it could have been, yeah.
handled that back then.
It might have been Irv.
Craig, have you reviewed that already?
What's that?
Have you reviewed that 94 agreement or 95 agreement?
Yeah, I was the one that raised the issue
I
that
know.
the site has never been improved the way it was,
Right. Yeah, so
improved the way it was approved.
you covered that in your analysis.
So just with that brief introduction to this, what actually prompted this application and the parking lot issue was the applicant was seeking to just reconfigure some of the bluestone that's in front that goes around the dining room and move some of that bluestone to the patio area, which is along Ocean Street, just as you're going up into the entrance of the hotel. And that area, that patio's been there, if you can see it on the site plan from 1993. It's been there, and it's been used over the years for outdoor seating. There's been approximately 4 to 6 seats over the years. In the packet are mercantile licenses as well as applications that show seating charts that include outdoor seating in that area. So as a result of configuring some of the bluestone, a zoning permit application was submitted. It was denied by the zoning officer with a recommendation to come to the board for site plan. And in addition, he said, if there's anything else that you have that you want to get approved, included on the site plan, and that included 2 temporary fire pits with some lounge seating around the fire pits. And also, when the current owner acquired the property, there was limited storage, so they put a temporary storage shed, not a temporary, but a storage shed behind the kitchen door for some storage. It doesn't protrude beyond the setback of the building, but it's there and it was never approved, so that's also on this site plan. So what we're seeking for the hotel is an approval of the bluestone relocation, which has already been approved by HPC. We're asking that the fire pits that are on that plan be approved, as well as the outdoor seating, which, again, has existed for many years. The zoning officer could not find an approval. He questioned the number of seats and indicated that he saw nothing in the record that indicated that there were 212 seats. In the packet, I think it's Exhibit A2, we have mercantile licenses going back to 2016, 2017. Every one of them shows 212 seats. And over the years, those seats have been reconfigured, sometimes outside, sometimes all inside. But there's always been 212 seats going back to to at least 2016 and probably before that. So we do have 212 seats that are part of the restaurant, and they include some bar seats, they include some restaurant seats, and they include what we're asking for as the patio seats. And as you stated in the last application, outdoor seating can be approved as part of a site plan in lieu of going through Chapter 412, which is the outdoor seating ordinance. So that's what we're asking for tonight. Mr. Hurlis asked for a seating plan for the outdoor seats to make sure they complied with the ordinance, and that has been provided.
Mr. Monzo, may I ask what's a question here?
Yeah.
Your 212 total includes the restaurant, the bar, the porch seating, and the outdoor
Does
area.
not include porch seating. The porch doesn't, they're not restaurant seats on the porch, they're just kind of lounge seats and cocktail,
You
small
serve
cocktail
food
tables.
out there, though?
There's no food service?
Yeah,
Is there
there
food
is.
service or
There is
people?
food, yeah.
Okay, okay.
So
But,
I just want to make
Okay.
sure we're clear that, yeah.
There is,
why don't we swear on the?
Oh,
sorry, yeah.
Before we get any testimony, so.
Each one.
Okay, ready testimony? All right, do each of you please raise your right hand? Mr. Hurlis remains under oath. Do each of you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay. Identify the speaker and then.
Do you want me to
State
speak
your name,
too?
state your name for the record.
Dwayne Ridgway, I'm the general manager of the Inn of Cape May.
Again,
Dwayne Ridgway.
I'm sorry,
Dwayne
can you spell?
Ridgway.
I heard it, but there's 3 ways to spell Dwayne and 2
Yep.
ways to spell Ridgway, so just go ahead and give it a shot.
DWAYNE
Yep,
RIDGAWAY.
A-W-A, so it's like Ridgway.
That'll throw everyone off.
Yeah.
Wait, I take it back, there's 3 ways to spell Ridgway. Go ahead, all right,
And I'm related to none of them here as far as I know.
go ahead, Mr. Ridgway.
We do have the porch seating, and I think one thing that we had discussed was that we do serve food there, but according to, I guess it's an ordinance, the size of the tables are not actually considered restaurant tables as far, or dining tables, because they fall under 36 inches.
Okay.
But that was-
Parking lot that for,
Is that under the outdoor seating ordinance definitions?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes. They don't
okay,
meet
so the tables
definition
are
of-
less than 36 inches and therefore it falls
Yeah, I have
under-
not reviewed that because that information's not on the plan, but I just
Okay.
want to make sure that we're clear on what they're telling us.
Okay. And you indicated that the HPC approved the relocation of the Blue Stone. Did HPC also approve the outdoor seating plan that you're presenting now?
That was not presented to HPC, but it's, again, it's been there.
Okay.
And it was never part of, because when they went for the approval for the Bluestone, that was the only project that they were pursuing. And because of that, they had to go to HPC. They got the HPC approval.
Okay.
And the zoning officer questioned the outdoor seats because he said he could not find an approval, even though, again, in the packet, there are mercantile license applications that show seating plans that include outdoor seats going back to 2016, 2017. So they've always been there, but he said you might as well include everything on your site plan so that we have one document that reflects what you're doing outside. So he said, anything you're doing outside, show it on the site plan so that there's no question in the future. So that's why they are included on the plan.
Yeah, those earlier documents identifying outdoor seating, did they include the lawn area, which is now used for seating, or was it just the porch?
I'm not sure, well, the lawn area is kind of sofa seating. It's not really,
It's seating.
but it's not outdoor seating under the outdoor seating ordinance.
Are you sure?
Positive. We've had, We've had that with,
Why isn't it? I mean, I don't-
because of the size, the tables are, it has to have a dining table that's 30 inches high and 36 inches in diameter.
Isn't it based on seats, irrespective of whether or not they're at a table? Otherwise, we just approved seats that
We
were
had-
not at a table.
We had this, Mr. King can probably recall, we had this discussion with the Montreal, which is now the Madison, and it was accepted by this board, maybe not all the members that are here, that that if a table is not 36 inches, 30 inches high and 36 inches in diameter, it is not considered a seat under the outdoor seating ordinance. But they are shown on the plan.
Yeah,
So
they're-
it's
yeah.
not that they're not on the plan.
They're also shown on the lawn, which is another issue, but go ahead.
So with that, there are a total of 212 dining seats.
Can you just explain
bar
what you
seats.
said again, though? Because for my benefit, I was not on the board, obviously, when we went through this. So talk to me about just briefly, what you said again, in terms of defining what a seat is under the outdoor seating ordinance. That's what you were clarifying?
Yes.
Mr. Hurlis, are you trying to see if you can find that for us?
Yes.
Why don't we,
Can
why
I
don't we
say-
wait for that?
I think
So we
that
could all have that.
back in the day, they called them lounge seats at the Madison. Yeah, I think they call
Okay, well, we'll look
I'm
for
reading-
the,
whether I'm correct or not.
I'm just
That's
reading
what I
from chapter
recall.
412, the definitional section. A seat is, it says for any structure that can accommodate more than one person, it shall be deemed to be one seat for each full 30 inches of seating space. Let me go back to, here it is, dining table, and it has to be used in connection with a dining table. A dining table is defined as a permanent or movable table with a minimum height of 30 inches and a minimum surface diameter of 36 inches.
that's chapter 4.1.
It's chapter 412-2 definitional section. But based on, I guess, from what the board has discussed at the last application, whether it's a seat or it's not a seat, from what I understand, that this does not impact parking. The outdoor seats do not impact parking. Was that what the board concluded at the?
Listen, I've never been a fan of this ordinance. I don't understand it, okay? I just read a section here that says, outdoor seating as permitted under this chapter shall not increase the required parking spaces for any retail food establishment. This chapter provides for allocation of existing seating, not the creation of new or additional seating. No change in grading or drainage shall be permitted by this chapter, which means that you can move your seating outdoors, but you can't add seating.
Which is the 24 seats that we have with restaurant tables on the Bluestone patio. They are part of the 212. So, and we do have that in our parking calculations. Go ahead.
Can you?
I will, but can I qualify, and I will describe what that means, and it's a traditional application in zoning and restaurant uses with outdoor use, but I need to get qualified, I think.
Will the board accept Mr. Pornick as an expert in? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Traditionally, when you have outdoor seating and you have indoor seating, it's synonymous, meaning if I have 212 seats, the 24 seats that we're representing on plan are displaced from the indoor. And the purpose of that is when you have inclement weather, you have to have somewhere to place those people if a rainstorm occurs or some kind of bad weather. So I have been before many boards where when you do outdoor seating, most recently it was up in Cherry Hill at a very large restaurant that had 30 seats, but we had 300 seats inside, and the representation and the way that the calculations occurred were that 30 seats inside have to remain open in case of a weather event. So that's why your ordinance is consistent with that discussion. You have to displace what's inside and use outside. It's fairly simplistic.
And I agree with you. The further context of that ordinance is that it was adopted during the COVID era, in which the entire town was worried about people not going to restaurants if they had to sit inside. So the city council agreed to move the indoor seating to an outdoor setting without increasing the total number of seats in the restaurant.
Correct.
That was not a COVID
That was not a COVID
It
order.
predated.
It was predated COVID.
This was in 2017.
Our ordinance, outdoor seating?
2017.
But it was used extensively during COVID.
During COVID, operators were allowed to move their indoor seats outside, regardless of the count, as long as they.
With the
fit and
proviso
had-
they don't add
And they met the 6-foot distancing requirements.
So I would
So
like to,
regardless of what's being discussed outdoor, indoor, whether it's a seat or not, we're representing that we have 212 seats for purposes of dining.
At no point you will exceed 212 seats, whether indoors or outdoors.
Correct, and that includes the bar seats.
Okay, the reason we were discussing that, though, I thought.
Includes
the
bar
question from someone about the seats in the yard.
So
And that question was, are those, what, that wasn't asked?
Not in the bar, on the porch.
No, no, I know that may have been your question, but someone else asked a question about the yard and the couches in the yard and whether they count as seats. And then Mr. Monzo said, no, they don't because there's no dining tables. And that's the part I'm still trying to reconcile is that if there's no dining tables, then the seats don't count?
They don't count as seats that impact parking under the outdoor seating ordinance, because what you read, Mr. King, was you can have outdoor seating under that ordinance, chapter 412, as long as it doesn't have an increase in parking. And what we're saying is any of the lounge seating and the cocktail seating on the porch do not count as seats as defined under that ordinance, and therefore do not have an impact on parking. And it was the same conclusion, again, that the board reached with the Madison, with the lounge seating that was on the deck on the second floor. I'm not sure.
Okay, I hear that. I just wanted to read it, but I found it. Okay, it's in the definition of, did you find it, Craig? It's in the definition of outdoor seats. I don't answer that question because we get this a lot when we get everything straight. I had something else wrong. It says that outdoor seat, blah, 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 blah. Outdoor seat, a retail food establishment where food or drinks will be consumed, but shall not include pool seats that are limited primarily to hotel and motel guests, seats used as a general hotel or restaurant seating areas, such as waiting areas and lobbies, and seats without dining tables located on the verandas and porches of any restaurant, hotel, motel, inn, or tourist guest house. Outdoor seats shall also not include any seats set up for special events. So that's why it came up in the Montreal. And in Montreal, we must have looked at this section and we said that seats without dining tables located on verandas and porches of any restaurant, hotel, motel, inn, or tourist guest house. Right? So if they're on verandas or porches, they're okay, because they're like things that you sit out and look at the ocean. So we said, and then the question was whether they might serve drinks to them. We're like, that's okay, they're sitting there, that happens. But I'm just trying to figure out what that means for stuff that's like on a lawn.
So the couches are surrounding the fire pits, so there's no dining table there. And I would akin that to the rocking chair that's sitting on the veranda, right? You're going to go out there, potentially have a glass of wine around the fire pit, but it's not a dining seat per se.
can I be clear, there's no food then being served to these couch or lounge areas or on the porch? Because I think food is being served on the porch.
On the porch, but not on the lawn. But I'll let Mr. Ridgway answer that.
We do currently serve the guests, if they order something off the menu, food, beverage, to the sofas on the lawn, yes, and on the porch.
Are the seats on the porch that you just described, are they included in the 212 seats total?
They are not. Only the 24 seats that are shown on the patio.
And you're saying they're not
Part of the
because they don't
212.
meet the definition under the outdoor seating definition?
Right.
Because there's no dining
Okay,
table.
I just want to make sure.
And that's synonymous to the
And
couches.
one other question that relates to the seating. You're showing existing fire pit and seating to be removed and relocated
Correct.
along Ocean Street. How long has that been there? How, just more of a question is,
So I'll let Mr. Ridgway answer. And just so you know, when it came up,
this hasn't been before the board since 1995. I think it was the last time
think.
this site has been.
so Mr. Britton said you can leave the fire pits as long as you get approval from the fire department, which did happen. He said, as long as you submit a site plan and show the fire pits, they can remain while you're pursuing your approval.
Okay, but, so they were placed in a front yard setback. That's kind of, I just want to make sure that we're getting the right approval for, so at some point.
These are not permanent fire pits. These are portable, movable fire pits, so you can move them around, so just like chairs.
Okay.
Are you proposing to relocate the fire pits?
So the plan currently shows in the existing condition 2 sets of couches and fire pits, and we're repositioning 2 of them and then adding 1 more. And the reposition of those 2 are a result of removing some of the bluestone, squaring off that patio, and then proposing a more harmonious layout of your outdoor seating. And the seating's also in compliance with 412 with dimensions.
This shows the fire pits in the grass area.
That's correct.
Okay, I have to say, it just looking at this, and that was my interpretation, looking at the diagrams, that it appeared at least 2, maybe 3 of the fire pits looked as though they would be relocated and be placed closer to the Inn of Cape May. And if I'm looking at the diagram and the dimensions that you have on there, it looks as though the fire pits may be 6 to 7 feet away from, a wood-clad historic building. Honestly, with the history of Cape May and our historic buildings and the risk of fire, it's something that just kind of, I realize, it's going to be reviewed, or something's been reviewed by the chief, but
He said they weren't serving.
just strikes me as being
I agree.
concerning.
He said they were serving.
We haven't really we're kind of getting in the weeds,
Well-
but let me go through that real quick. So in the existing condition, and if everybody's familiar with it, there are 2 fire pits and 2 sets of couches. Is that 3? 3. There's 3. And what we are doing is relocating 3. So this is the plan that was submitted to the board. I haven't changed it. It's the minor site plan. It's dated March 29th, 2026, the last revision. I'll just give everybody some orientation because we have recording behind us, but north is to the top of the page, south is to the bottom, Ocean Street is to the left or to the west, and then obviously existing development to the east. Yeah, I'll bring it with me. So what we were doing is relocating 3 of those fire pits and couches further away from the building, in fact. And what we are talking about application-wise is this existing bluestone that's on the southern elevation of the existing inn is being removed and then displaced to square off the existing, non-geometric patio that's out there. And that was the whole intent of this application. And obviously, as Mr. Hurlis has indicated, we haven't been before this board since the late 90s or mid-90s. So we're trying to clean up everything that's been done from roughly 95 to where we are today. Those 3 fire pits are being positioned further away from the inn. So I'm going to circle this area, which is kind of on the south, or what you would call the southeast corner, and then everything's pushing towards Ocean Street.
And the tables you show there, there's 6 tables, they are part of the 212,
Yes, sir.
That's what he said. Look at this.
which would be a flip out from the indoor seating.
Probably
Yes, sir.
30 inches instead of,
So
you'd have to ask
I
now.
don't know how much we really want to get into why we're here, some of the other issues, and then we can start delving into this thing.
We just got to clarify something, because the testimonies kind of said things a little sideways. I just want to make sure that we do this right, because this ordinance is tricky business. The testimony at present, Mr. Monzo, till I understand it, and Mr.
Ridgeway.
Ridgeway will clarify. I think the testimony was that food is served on the couches, which I think that's true. Okay.
Correct.
And what I'm saying is not to be negative against the application or saying yes about it. I just want to know what is and isn't permitted on this outdoor seating. And if you're doing something that's not, then we just need to approve it through a variance process. And I want your testimony to be consistent with that. The outdoor seating thing says a couple of important things about this. First, it says, for purpose of this section, Outdoor seating shall mean an outdoor seat at a retail food establishment where food or drinks will be consumed, but shall not include pool seats that are limited primarily to hotel guests. That's not this. Seats used as a general hotel or restaurant seating areas such as waiting areas and lobbies. That's not this. And seats, open parenthesis, without dining tables, close paren, located on the verandas and porches of any restaurant, hotel, motel, inn, or tourist guest house. That's not these. These are not on the veranda or porches. We know what they look like. That's not this. Outdoor seats shall also not include any seats set up for special events with all necessary approvals. Okay? And then it defines a seat. And it says, seat, a bench, chair, or any other item of furniture in which someone sits. A seat may be an individual fixture, a chair, a stool, or a structure on which several people may sit, a bench, booth, picnic table, or couch. For any structure that can accommodate more than one person, it shall be deemed to be one seat for each 30 inches of seating space. So a bench, it says a bench that is 90 inches long shall equal 3 seats. So so what that means to me, and from a zoning perspective, this makes some sense. It's one thing to serve food and drink on seats and tables that are on a porch or a veranda. And you do that, and it's beautiful, okay? It's another thing for every business to spill out onto the lawn and have couches and seats and stuff. So we just need to kind of distinguish that, figure it into the count or not into the count, and then approve it or disapprove it on the right basis. Okay? So, I mean, unless you read that differently, is there a different way to read that? I mean, I don't know.
And can I just add?
Regardless of the statement. We're stating that there's 212 seats that we're asking here to seek approval. And if the couches are considered a seat, then it's in the 212 count.
But you can't just put them anywhere, though. You can put seats on,
Yes, you can.
our outdoor seating ordinance says they're supposed to be on verandas and porches. I mean, I'm not, am I misreading that? I mean, is that?
No, because I was also going to ask, there are tables out on the patio, and I was going to ask for the clarity of whether or not those are included in the 212.
No, he just clarified that. They are.
They are.
Okay, the patio is, okay, they're included. Okay.
Okay. Now, it doesn't say a sidewalk either, but is there a different ordinance or a sidewalk? Like this talks about porches and verandas.
Does it talk about patios in there?
Sidewalk and
To me,
patio? Tony, didn't you write this thing?
I did, well, I wrote it, but then it may have been, let me just,
Explain it to me. Sorry.
I think the intent of this ordinance, and it was modified, the final draft wasn't my product, but I did work on it while I was a solicitor here. And I don't know that you distinguish between a veranda and a grass area. I mean, by expanding the grass, the veranda, you eliminate the grass and make it legal. I mean, I think the whole intent of this was outdoor seating without dining tables. And, to me, whether it's on the lawn or whether it's on a patio, it's still it still comes under the outdoor seating ordinance. The limitation on that is, I don't think meant to be all-inclusive, that it has to be on a veranda, a porch
All right. Section P is the sidewalk stuff.
of any restaurant.
Right,
So-
Separate section for.
Yeah, well, I'm reading the outdoor seat definition. And also, it applies to that seats that are used, limited primarily to hotel and motel guests, regardless of where they're located, and whether they get food or don't get food. And so the
no,
question for
The
Mr.
testimony, look, Tony,
Yeah.
the restaurant has expanded out onto the lawn. It's not a crime, but it's not what this is necessarily talking about. Okay, it's supposed to be on porches and verandas. We've had people create new porches and verandas, like Peter Shields did. They created a porch area kind of thing out
fire
there,
pit.
and fire pit and all that, and they got a variance, like that was in the side yard or something.
And they
moved
paved it.
Yeah,
So-
so it's okay, it's just, let's
We'll
just.
just ask for a variance. We
So
can
what
ask
you're
for,
saying-
I'm sorry, Rich, go
It's
ahead.
okay. You're saying there's 212. That includes the stuff that's going to be out on the lawn. All right. And that's fine. And you may be seeking for a variance to have it somewhere other than a porch and a veranda. That's what I'm seeing is
That's correct.
I think
mean,
what we want to hear is it's not going to exceed the 212.
It's not going to exceed the 212, and if it's the board's conclusion, and I certainly, you take the advice of your counsel, who's very competent. So if the board believes that this does trigger a variance, that's what we'll amend our application to include a request for that variance.
and is it in a setback or not in a setback?
It's in the front yard setback.
And is that going to, you're going to keep it that way? Like, is there?
Is it in the front yard setback, Blake?
It's in the front yard setback of Ocean Street. The requirement is 20 feet, and they're certainly closer than 20 feet. It's not dimensioned to what they
Well,
are.
there's a 23.6 to the,
That's
What
the
are-
building.
pardon me?
So
Does that apply to temporary seating or just structures? I mean, I'm not sure. The seating in the setback is a,
We got into this with the Peter Shields Inn.
That's true.
like
This is,
with
this
the
is
setbacks
temporary.
And the patio, but that was related to a non-conforming use, so I don't think that's.
I mean,
really the same.
I don't know I've never known the answer to whether a use, if a use extends into a setback without a structure, I've never known the answer. if
But
that
didn't they
requires-
put in a patio and more hardscaping than?
They put in, that's right, they had miniature walls, and they
Right.
also had a physical gas connection to
Right.
the things. I don't think you
Right.
have that.
And you're not talking about any of
there's no
that.
physical structure. I do agree that a wall would,
Right.
in the setback would be a
All right,
violation.
so we'll put aside the setback thing. You're having 212 seats somewhere other than a veranda. We'll leave it at that. Does everyone agree that that's the variance that'll be considered? Well, how you vote is up to you. I just want to make sure we're all.
I just want to be clear on this seating again. So it's 212 seats indoor and on the lawn, but not the porch. The porch seating is something other than the 212?
That's correct.
Okay.
Could I interject, though? Even if the porch is included, we still fall beneath the 212 on our mercantile license.
Okay.
But I don't think the mercantile license has value in what we're trying to talk about right
Well,
now.
We just
I
want to
mean,
make sure you're not exceeding
saying-
We're
212.
going to stay below
Well,
212.
Well, that's where the number 212 came from.
Yeah,
Correct.
I think
Okay.
that that's the most critical point.
So, and
Your
I'm not
point
sure
is
that triggers,
No dining table, but you serve food at it.
Right.
It's not an outdoor seat.
that's correct.
Tony, let me.
Just so I'm
Or,
clear.
well,
too.
I'm sorry,
Go ahead.
Crowley. I just want, I think what you're saying is that because it's not on a porch or a veranda, it is considered an outdoor seat and therefore would require a variance. And that's what the variance is that we would be asking for with respect to outdoor seating.
But not the number of seats.
But not the number.
But not the number of seats,
yeah.
correct.
Yes, because if it was on a veranda or a porch, then it falls into that exception for hotels and motels and things that they're allowed to do in that area, which is the purpose of the section, shall mean outdoor seating, retail, food, service, food, blah, 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 but shall not include things without dining tables located in a verandas and porches. So what you're saying is those seats that have these little round things, the little round tables under 30 inches, those are on a veranda and they are under 30 inches, and that is excluded by the outdoor seating thing,
That answers your question, Merrill.
right? You get
That
that?
answers your question about the veranda not being part of that camp.
Yes, but I do want to go on record to say, I know on your porch, little tables or not, you're serving food, sandwiches, charcuteries. So to me, I have a hard time with this because that's dining.
I think the point, Mrs. Reed, is the fact that they're, the size of them, it's sort of a double thing. It says that you can do that in those accommodations because the size of them are small. Is that my understanding?
Yeah.
Okay,
I think-
so that's the reason why they're, I'm sorry, but
I thought you were finished. I didn't mean to speak.
no, that's why I think that falls outside of the 212. That's my understanding of it.
There was a,
Cocktail hour versus dinner. No, that's really what it is. It's supposed to be
Some
like a
people
little
are
cocktail
eating
table
dinner.
versus,
there was,
they slide.
there was a committee of the governing body that was assembled back when this ordinance started in probably 2015, 2016. Again, it was finally adopted after I left. But there were restaurant operators, there were other retail business owners and members of the public. I'm not sure, I think Mr. Crowley may have been on the committee.
Yeah, I was.
So it did take, and there were public comments leading up to the introduction and the adoption of the ordinance. And the intent was people wanted to be outside and the city wanted to encourage outdoor activities. So that was the whole intent behind that ordinance, and it's worked well because, you know, Cape May is thriving because of it. People love to come to Cape May and sit outside, listen to music, You know, it's typically acoustical music and nobody complains about it. So I think it was a good ordinance and it's a good thing
In
for.
defense of my friend, Mr. Crowley, who was kind of saying never irritate him, he's partly right. The section on the right-of-way seating, which is different than the seating we're talking about.
Yeah.
The seating of the right-of-way on the sidewalks, I'm like, where's the sidewalk stuff? Was done in 2022, which was a reaction to COVID.
Yeah.
So that section P and all that goes in 2022. But the stuff we're talking about now for the hotel outdoor stuff is 2017.
17.
So there is the answer to that.
So-
You read these things, you learn stuff.
So what are the hours of operation that you're proposing for the area?
The hotel side obviously is kind of a 24-hour operation. The restaurant, we vary between, coffee shop is 7 in the morning, restaurant opens at 8, and then midweek we close at 9, weekends at 10, or 8 and 9 in off-season. And we are year-round, or we're trying our best to be year-round.
Okay, I'm sorry, I missed the end of the day. I got the beginning of the day, the closing?
9 or 10.
9 or 10?
9 or 10, right? During season, I should clarify that's for food service. The kitchen closes at 9 or 10. The bar will stay open. The latest we like to stay open is 11, 11:30, depending on the activity.
How many, just another question on this, how many of the 212 proposed seats or what you have would be in the setback that we're talking about?
So most, if not all, the seating is within the setback because we have a corner lot. So your front yard setback requirement is actually 50 feet in the C2 zoning district. So the setbacks,
It's 6 feet?
50.
50.
But the setback,
That's what he said.
to get there is very difficult, so just about everything.
This front yard
So-
setback's 50?
I'm sorry, sir, could you pick up your microphone?
Sorry, 20 feet, my bad.
Okay. And so the question is, how many
Lot
seats,
frontage I was looking at, but the front yard setback on Ocean and Beach is 20 feet.
how many seats will be out there of dining?
So the current,
3 couches?
the current configuration that you see on the plan, which is on the east side on Ocean Street, those couches are roughly 5 feet from the right-of-way.
So
No,
if
no.
you were to remove them from the
couches.
setback, what does that get you?
No seats in the setback.
Well, no, you've got the one that's closer to the pool is not in the setback.
That's correct. So the arrangement of fire pit and couch here in I guess the southern portion is not within a setback. So it's the 2 couches along the existing right-of-way.
I would propose that is removed out of the setback.
So then, if we were to relocate the temporary couches and temporary fire pits out of the setback, then we would be closer to the building in front, in location of the southern
I
elevation.
know you were trying to.
Yeah, well, I
do
would have
an
a
issue
problem with
it
that
being
from a
in the-
fire safety standpoint,
Which you
to be
wouldn't,
honest.
he wouldn't get the approval. I mean, the fire prevention official would have to make that determination.
No,
They've
you know,
approved this.
They've
But
approved
they approved
this.
it going into the setback.
Right, right.
And there's a wooden fence along that sidewalk, am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
There is.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it segregates the grass area from the right-of-way and the right-of-way sidewalk.
Can we propose a 10-foot setback?
So then we start to deviate from your offsets and requirements for clear navigation around your tables and the actual fire pit.
Not if we're providing a 10-foot offset from that fence, then we have a 10-foot aisleway between the fence and the near.
Looks like it's another 3+ feet, Craig.
What's that?
It looks like it's another 3 feet.
Yeah, we
It's
just
like
slide them
6.7.
back so that we're having a 10-foot setback.
But then I've got to double check that if you give me a couple of minutes, because the issue is you have a requirement of 5-foot clearance around tables and chairs within your outdoor seating.
It's meant
ordinance.
for egress, so I think that you would have a 5-foot path alongside that fence getting out to the concrete walk, and that would suffice.
No, you're misinterpreting. The existing patio or the patio that we're asking to reconfigure, then I pinch myself there. So that's the concern I
But we
have.
can pick up 3.5 feet.
Maybe.
There's a fence running the length of this, I can't remember.
There's a fence, there's a little weight.
So we're
little
creating a
weight,
buffer
thick fence.
beyond the fence?
Yeah.
I'm saying set that back away from the sidewalk, back
We're moving the
towards
fence or just the couches?
the couches and the fire pits.
Yeah.
I think that's what the board.
These things are portable, so you're never gonna.
Yeah, but I think we could do a better job of getting it out of the setback.
Exactly,
And I think that's what the intent was.
exactly.
I mean, you know, we require markers on the
Yeah,
beach for
we're
the
fine
beach
with that.
concessions. Just have markers where they should be located, so the staff,
So the testimony is they can meet that 10 foot.
They're gonna say that right now on the record.
and I would just ask that there be.
Making us say that, so
Yeah.
yes, we're
There'll
gonna,
be markers where these couches can be located, so your staff understand if they're moving them, they need to be placed back in those areas.
We can put that part of the condition that there's markers there.
There's two other items.
I'm sorry, I
Sure.
did have a question that I held off because other people were talking. I just wanted to clarify something also. What is the capacity of seating in the restaurant inside the building?
100 and something?
It's
The restaurant-
212 minus with the outdoor seating. I mean,
The restaurant itself is 72 seats. The bar is 14.
All right, just give me the number that is inside the building, either the bar or the restaurant.
72 plus 14. 86.
86. And that's part of the 212.
Correct.
yes.
Okay. Now, you're operating, this property has been operating under a site plan that was approved in 1995?
Or 3.
It was 93, someone said.
93, and I'm not,
It was amended in 95.
I think the only site plan that was actually approved was the parking lot.
Parking lot, that's all it was.
Well, that parking lot, that site plan identified 46 rooms in the hotel, no seats in the restaurant, and 3 employees.
correct.
Now we're showing 68 rooms in the hotel.
Can I just, there's 68 rooms, but there's only 52 hotel rooms. There are 17 or 16.
51 hotels.
51 hotel rooms. Some of them are 2-bedroom suites with 1 bathroom. So there are 68 sleeping rooms. And we believe that the parking should be based on hotel rooms, not sleeping rooms. So we do have not the 68 parking spaces required for the hotel. I think it's 51 required for the hotel. And to point out that the approval, I don't know if restaurant seats were included in parking back in 1993.
I can also tell you, there was a provision in the ordinance that allowed you to count street parking within 200 feet.
Yeah.
For your
That's a
parking lot.
that's a real good
But the restaurant clearly was there.
Street parking.
In 1993. It was Alethia's. And,
Well, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
You're applying tonight for what you
Yeah.
have.
We're trying to clean up
Either
everything
yes or no.
tonight. Right.
yeah, so just to touch on the parking, because I think it's important, when we first submitted the application, just to deal with the zoning officer issues and requests, Craig, and I'm not criticizing Craig, I think he made the right call. He said, you need to come in and fix the parking lot. And so we included the parking lot, and it was approved as an asphalt surface. And I think everybody here would think that a gravel-type surface is better for various reasons. So there were some changes made based on ingress, egress, some minor things. The number of parking spaces did not change. It's still 48. That was approved in 1993, and it's what we're proposing tonight. The only difference is gravel as opposed to asphalt. And there are just some minor variances that are triggered as a result of that for curbing and for setbacks, and they're listed in Craig's memo, and Mr. Cornick will go through that as he provides testimony to support those variances.
Yeah, my other part of the question was, your application indicates that there are 10 employees on the largest shift. It's just 10 employees to do the kitchen?
Dennis, this isn't, they're not looking for approval for the restaurant.
No, yeah, that's part of the parking calculation.
It's existing. They're not.
I just want to know what is 10 employees on the largest shift, the accurate number?
That's how they're operating now. They're not reconfiguring.
Really? It's 10 people running the whole place?
I understand why he's asking. I can get into that when we get into the further explanation of the application and testimony on the parking
Yeah,
issues.
okay.
It's 8 o'clock, we probably should start getting some testimony in.
That sounds great.
And the last thing that I wanted to point
We
out
have a
is,
closed session after this.
there's two other minor things. One is similar to what has been done in other porches. They want just in the off-season to just temporarily enclose that front porch area, similar to what's been done at the Virginia has it, the Star has it. I believe they got approvals through the construction zoning office. I'm not sure it
We
even.
can't base it on your testimony, though. We got to do the engineers.
Okay.
And-
And I'm pointing out that that's one of the things we're asking for.
Did you
And
get HPC approval for that?
We need HPC for that, I agree.
You do, yeah, because
And-
that's where the Virginia got it from first.
And the last thing is, there's a banner that advertises a dinner theater that is up longer than, well, we're proposing that it be up longer than the ordinance requires. I think the ordinance requires no more than 14 days, with a total number of days,
Two times.
two times, so it's a total number of 28 days. And the request is that it stay up from basically for July and August while they have the dinner theater.
And how large of a proposed sign are we talking? And what is the material again?
We would stay within the ordinance for a banner. It's a total of 12 square feet. So the ones we do are 6 by 2, and it's just a heavy printed vinyl.
And where is that placed?
We have typically put it on the fence on Beach Ave, on our fence that's on Beach Ave. And the whole purpose is just to gain.
Would HPC review that if it's a?
It
banner
had
that
been
they place
Bruce
on
that
the-
I had been doing it through for the permitting. I don't know if they have to do the variance.
It's probably a permit. I wouldn't think it's a variance, except that you want to exceed the time frame, not for the size. The size, I don't know,
They're meeting all of the requirements except for the duration.
the duration.
And you're looking to temporarily install it on help me out where you're trying to put it.
On the fence.
On the fence.
On the fence on Beach Avenue.
Right, okay.
And from when to
there
when?
now.
When you looking to have it?
Basically July 1 to August 31.
And that would be twice the time frame that's currently within the ordinance. It's like 28 days now, if I
I
understood.
think it's 21, but you can only go 14 consecutive days,
14 consecutive. Okay.
twice a year. So actually it is 28, sorry.
That's okay. Well, it's late. Math is, eludes us all.
And that's every year you're going to do that?
Yes, we would like to. It's just it's a
Okay.
really good advertisement piece for us for the dinner theaters that we do in the summer.
Okay.
We just have to define, if we approve this, we have to define what length of period it's going to be.
Right.
So in perpetuity, every July and August, you're proposing this temporary sign.
And now, would we vote on that all together within our, if we do
Well,
move on the
I mean,
permit,
I
or is
think we
that
need to
separate?
get through the other piece of it, and then Mr. King can give us how we
Yeah, I just-
best do it. I just think having the details now, and as long as it's included for the timeframe and the duration, the size, and then just one question, that you make sure that this is in good condition, you know, that it doesn't get ripped and look like something frayed, so if it does, it gets taken down, a new one ordered, whatever that might be?
Absolutely.
Okay, I just want to make sure that that has to remain in good condition for the duration that it's up there.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Why, if it's up every year and it's up for most of the summer, why don't you consider making a more attractive sign appurtenance for the yard rather than having a plastic sign hanging over a rotting fence?
Well, because then they would have to get approval for that.
Well,
That's a variance.
It's a variance.
yeah, well, seems to me, ask for a variance,
is a
seems to me
variance.
that's a better way to advertise. It looks a little tacky with that sign hanging on that fence. And if it's there every year for most of the season, it's not a temporary sign. It's a sign.
Okay, well, that could be something you may want to consider, and
A marquee, something that makes the property look a little more,
Something that HPC could.
yeah.
well, you have to get HPC
Right,
approval.
there's so
and
much
you should
approval
probably
process,
do with
yeah.
that when you go back there.
You have a sign up there that says Inn of Cape May anyway. It's a good-looking sign. It stands out. Why not a sign right next to it that says, this is our dinner theater operation. We do it every year and we're proud of it. But if you're proud of it, let's use something a little more tasteful than a sign hanging over a fence.
Well, if you're going back to HPC for the enclosure of the porch, you may want to consider including that, and they can give you some ideas on having something that's more aesthetically pleasing from a streetscape.
And I think that that's a good suggestion. I think we were asking for the banner because it's already in the ordinance. We're just extending the time. But
Maybe revisit it.
we can make that a hard surface, sign that,
See, I can be positive once in a while.
Oh, another note for the meeting minutes.
It reminds me of a business that has a going out of business sign hanging in the window for 3 years. It's not a temporary sign.
All right, let's.
All right, John, why don't you?
So we're going to go through the variances real
yes.
quickly. So, Mr. Cornick, can you just identify the variances and then go through them based on the C1 and C2 criteria to the extent applicable?
Sure. So we do have a number of variances required, and in line with Mr. Hurlis's letter, we have a rear yard setback for the shed, where a minimum rear yard setback is 25 feet and a 6.1 foot dimension is proposed. And if you look at our plan, there's a few things that occurred from the purchase from the prior owners to where we are today. But the shed as it sits today exists in the rear yard. It doesn't extend beyond where the existing main structure or principal structure is. So on the west side of the property, or what we would call the rear yard, the existing building is at a 0 setback. The shed that we're speaking of is an existing shed that's there strictly for storage. So with the historic structure, obviously or you don't know, but storage comes at a premium, and that shed is important in their operations. Also,
called the frame shed right here.
it's the frame shed.
Okay.
Also, as part of the change of ownership, there were 3 extensions of the building that were
Take the microphone.
made. That's why I was trying to speak a little loud. 3 extensions of the building that were made as strictly storage. There's 2 stairwells. The first stairwell coming from the second floor down to the ground level is from the roof structure. And then there were 2 extensions on the east and west side of that stairwell that were constructed strictly for storage, strictly for tables and chairs. There was a 3rd expansion over top of an existing concrete pad at grade level that was created as, again, another area for storage. And then one of the other discussions during the zoning board or the zoning applications was the conversion of storage to potentially office. And that's an area up on the second floor over top of the existing roof and the kitchen. It's highlighted on our plan in green, and it's a second-story conversion from storage to office.
And that does not trigger a variance. We're just showing it on the site plan.
We are for approval and clarification.
What was is that the trash storage area? Is that on somebody else's property?
It's not. That's the access. So what happens in this facility, a lot of the back kind of kitchen, back operations are landlocked. And the issue is everything has to go through the neighboring property for easement so that they can get the trash out to the street.
That's, you've already agreed to that easement? So you have that?
That's
Correct.
existing.
That's an existing for and going out to Gurney Street. One of the other approvals that we're requesting is there's an existing CO2 tank on the northwest elevation of the building, and that's a tank that's utilized for the restaurant services for beverages.
Okay, another question. Back in that area where the trash is, there's 3 or 4 frame deck, wood ramp. What's that?
There's a lot going on back there.
And frame shed. They're all part of that?
They are.
You use them?
No, that's part of the operations on the Gurney Street. So that allows us or affords us, I'm going to move on plan,
Yeah.
basically from west to east. That allows us to transition through these properties to get,
But
Get out
those
to
other
Gurney Street.
buildings, they're that other person's property.
they're the other person's property.
That
Those
above
are
ground,
Stockton Row house.
Yeah, right.
that above ground CO2 tank is there now and it was placed and you're legalizing it, or is this proposed?
It's there now and we're legalizing it.
Okay. And it
That's the request.
looks to me like it's behind a landscape area and it's in the front of the structure. Is it buffered? Can we see that from the street?
If you look for it, you can see it.
Okay. Is it able to be better buffered?
Sure.
I'm not a big fan of CO2 tanks in a historic district.
We can buffer that. it's something that we can buffer.
Okay.
Absolutely.
We can. It previously was, but when we had that huge snowstorm, it busted all of the bushes that were hiding it.
Okay.
But we can add.
So we'll add landscaping buffering.
Can I ask a dumb question?
No more questions.
Okay, no more questions. What is that line that's running, sort of looks like a clothesline that runs across
I'm going to look at your plan.
this thing here? What is that?
That's an overhead wire. So there's existing electrical service and wires running
Oh, all right.
behind.
Your electric now, right?
No. No, our electric is actually right above the CO2 coming into the building in this elevation.
Address the parking spaces, John.
Sure. So rear yard setback variance for the shed at 6.1 feet where 25 feet is required. Based upon our discussion and the calculations for parking, we are coming up with a requirement of 131 spaces where we are proposing 48.
The 131 included 68 hotel rooms, but it's only 52 hotel rooms, so
Hang on. It's 68 bedrooms, 51 hotel rooms. So if we were to take this and start to manipulate that, we are heavy 17 spaces in the calculation. Drop that down from 131 less 17, right?
114.
Thanks, Bill. I can't think that fast right now.
But that is your justification for it. The code says that's one parking space per sleeping unit.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
so I believe that the
So this,
count in our tables is correct, but you're justifying it saying that
The demand is less than what
Demand is
the,
less
what
than
the
what
table
the
says,
actual-
but I have some more testimony on that side. So, 1993 approval, the plan that is before you in your packet, I guess codified in 95 at some point, contemplated 48 spaces, and we were able to recreate that on plan and provide 48 spaces, essentially per your design standards, but there are some setback relief requests that we do need because we are constrained within that site. So with respect to parking within the setbacks, Ocean Street setback is a 20-foot setback is required from Ocean Street. Our parking lot, with regards to the footprint of where the stone is 9.7 feet from Ocean. The rear yard setback, and if you're familiar with that parking lot, it's basically abutting another parking lot. So when we start talking about buffers and further in my discussion, it's surrounded by parking lots and fence. So the rear yard setback is 25 feet. And in our proposal, we have a 10-foot setback to the parking lot. And then our side yard is a 6-foot side yard setback is required when we're roughly 0.8 feet on the, this will be on the south side. And then on the north side, we are 5 feet. In your ordinance, lot coverage is a 70%, maximum is required or maximum is allowed. We are 90%, and that is an existing condition as it sits today, and it's consistent with the 1995 approval. And that approval, again, as Mr. Monzo indicated, was it was asphalt and gravel. Your ordinance contemplates a 5-foot buffer that is adjacent to residential uses and/or zones. This particular property or properties, both of them are in the C2 zoning district, but they are adjacent to the RS zoning district. And to the north of the parking lot is a residential use, whether it's private or commercial, with respect to number of rooms and how they operate, it's still residential use and zone. So therefore, parking buffer, 5 feet is required. We have 0 feet proposed. Paved parking surface, again, in your ordinance, you're required to pave or put asphalt down, and we're requesting stone. There's a few reasons as to that, and I'll get into that in my testimony. Curbing is a requirement around all of your parking lots, and again, we're adjacent to and abutting other parking lots. We don't want to upset the drainage pattern that's there now, so we're requiring or requesting a waiver from your curb, and those are the variances that we are requesting.
and just for the record, the lot coverage variance is only for the parking lot. We conform with respect to the hotel.
That is correct.
Okay.
That is correct. So We had a lot of talk before I got into at least a discussion on the variances. Craig, do you see anything else I need to call out?
I think you caught everything. There were some other things that weren't in my report, so,
Oh, you can't bring those up then. That's not permitted.
no, I just think the record, the CO2 tank was something that was not contemplated in my report. But
Okay.
it sounds consistent with my review.
Okay.
Yeah, take the variances, all the bulk variances for the parking lot. I think you can take them and provide testimony under C1 and C2 for them.
I believe so. So, again, we're constrained with the existing conditions on the site. We have the hotel that's to our east, that's the bounding point of the parking lot. We have the existing parking lot that's behind that existing hotel, that's abutting us to the west. And to the north, we have an existing parking lot that's at the rear of the existing structure and fenced. And then obviously we have our bound by Ocean Street. So we're in a significantly constrained position and location. Parking lots are permitted in the C2 zone. And what we are doing is designing a parking lot to maximize the number of parking spaces because of the deficiency based upon the calculation, and then meeting the minimum design standards to do that. With regards to a buffering discussion, and when we get into the discussion of a C1 or a hardship discussion, we really just have to talk about the benefits. There are no negative impacts, in my opinion, and I like to tie in all those with regards to curbing, pavement, and discussions on impacts of the community and the city. So we talk about existing drainage patterns, we need to maintain those. So if I were to come in and put curb in to this location, I would cut off the existing drainage pattern to the west and impact the drainage pattern to the north. So we don't want to upset that flow and impact on that aspect. Let me get to my notes when it comes to the testimony, though. So for the C1 variance basis from an engineering and site design, I think I have provided some adequate testimony with respect to that. The application does involve 2 existing fully developed properties that serve the historic hotel in operation. And as we kind of established, that operation, while has changed over decades, it still is working well within the community.
So the modification of a previously approved parking lot would clearly fit a hardship criteria as well as the C2 purposes of zoning?
It would. So when you get into the purposes of zoning, there are a few here that come to mind. Coming straight from 4050 D1 or D2, I always look at A. A is an important one with any C2 discussion. To encourage municipal action to guide the appropriate use or development of all lands in the state in a manner which will promote the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. Again, when we talk about health and safety, we're providing off-street parking, which is important in the community because we know that comes at a premium. We're not impacting existing neighboring properties as a result. I think that in this case, because it's an open parking lot, C is appropriate, so that provides adequate light, air, and open space, albeit it's a parking lot, but it's there. It's not a vertical structure that's impeding those. And then J, I think is very important within the city to promote the conservation of historic sites and districts, open space. Energy resources isn't a discussion point in this, but J is an important one when we start to talk about purposes of zoning.
Would those same purposes apply with respect to the number of parking spaces? You touched on the fact that it's hotel rooms versus sleeping rooms, but if you can just touch on purposes of zoning with respect to the parking lot, other than the ones you mentioned, if there are any, in terms of parking spaces. And for the record, based on Craig's review memo, 131 parking spaces are required and 48 are provided, and that was what was previously approved in the 1993 site plan. So the deficiency is whatever that number is.
Are you going to focus on C1 or C2 for the parking spaces? I think your engineer might want to do C1, but I'm curious.
We'd like to do it in both contexts because I think we meet both criteria.
Go ahead.
So as Mr. Monzo indicated, with regards to The C2 criteria for the number of parking spaces, again, I apply A and B, or A and C as a result.
Do you see any substantial,
I'm sorry, I don't understand. Having a lesser number of parking spaces advances the purpose of safety?
Well, again, it's.
I'm not
we're
trying
in
to
a
criticize. I want to write it down in a way that makes some sense.
Well, we're
A and C, I
constrained,
don't-
right?
That's not
Mr.
testimony.
King, so we have a constrained site. We have no other place.
Well, that's a C1. That's why I want you to C1. I think it's a C1 variance. I have to write down your reasoning. If I write A and C, that's not reasoning.
Well,
So-
A,
So just, I need you to say it out loud and say why you think the parking
so
spaces.
A is to encourage municipal action to guide the appropriate use or development of all lands in the state in a manner which will promote the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. With regards to general welfare, we don't have any parking. If we didn't have the parking lot, we'd have zero parking to benefit the historic structure. So that's why I believe A is appropriate in that aspect.
and would J also be appropriate?
I have
So
to read
why?
that again. Right.
Historic.
So
historic
yes,
structure.
Jay, so to promote the conservation of historic sites and districts, open space, energy resources, and valuable natural resources. So I think J is important as well. If we were to take this site and remove the parking lot and put another building up there, that would compromise, in my opinion, what I stated in A. Does that make sense?
I don't think you'd get that.
What's that? I don't think you can.
Let's focus on C1 for a second. You have a 200-year-old building and not a lot of space to put parking, so maybe that may, let's do that one.
I said that, yeah. Want me to say it
You
again?
want, yeah, just.
You did C1 already?
I thought so.
Yeah.
Oh,
I did see one.
You did C1 already for the
Yeah.
parking? I apologize. All right, good.
That's why I was confused why you're asking me.
I was confused. I wrote down the purposes of advanced by the application relating to parking include public safety, light, air, and open space, and supporting a historic hotel.
Right.
I thought that was C2 testimony. I didn't realize it was C1. I apologize.
It was, I
Should
did,
be C2.
yeah, I did
I
see
missed that.
one, I
Okay.
did
He
see
moved-
one
he
in the
moved
beginning.
quickly.
It's the same testimony for both.
I apologize. It's late and I'm trying to type.
Let's get.
Rich,
to-
could I, before you continue typing, can I ask Craig a question? Does this property qualify for our requirement, not a requirement, but a regulation for stacked parking?
Sorry?
Does this, would this be allowed to use stacked parking?
Not by right. It's only permitted for Victorian hotels, and Victorian hotels are defined as hotels that meet the historical context and are over 100 units. This is not,
Oh,
doesn't
it's
meet
over,
that
okay,
criteria.
all right, okay.
So they could ask for stacked parking, but it would be variances.
And that's difficult in the context here. We did a stacked parking design, but it'd have to be fully valet maintained, and that's a difficult thing.
But the plus side of that would be you're serving your guests better as opposed to the venue, which is attracting probably more pedestrians than guests. Could be a better way to serve your guests in the hotel.
Again, we wanted to bring in what was approved by the board in the mid-90s,
It's 32 years old, why bother?
right? So-
Can you just,
So they're rearranging, they're restructuring.
Hmm?
They're not changing the numbers, they're changing the configuration.
Yeah, I know, but if we could grant them a variance that allowed stacked parking, then that would accommodate all of the people in the 68 rooms that they
They
have.
didn't come to us with that.
Well, maybe they'd like to consider it.
It doesn't sound like it. Maybe down the road, they find they might want to do that.
The stacked parking gets into a ballet plan and all that stuff.
yeah, we're not prepared tonight to make that shift.
Okay. Just trying to help you serve your guests better.
Has providing parking for all your guests been an issue? No. Okay, thanks.
No.
In this parking lot, do you have any electric vehicle hookups?
No, no.
You do pay somebody to monitor the lot, though.
Correct.
Yeah, I'm thinking that the electric vehicle hookups are required by the state?
Not for an existing parking lot as approved. If we were to expand it to a certain level, then yes, but under the EV regulations, an existing parking lot doesn't require EV-ready spaces.
You're not expanding.
We're not expanding.
Can you touch on the negative criteria with respect to all the variances related to the parking lot?
when it comes to the negative criteria, I don't find it, from an engineering standpoint and a planning standpoint, I don't see a substantial detriment to the public good resulting from the requested relief. I believe that the hotel and restaurant and the overall site exists today and has existed for many years, as we have discussed extensively. The accessory parking lot is an existing use. It's been there, and we're reconfiguring it to meet the design standards of the ordinance. So I think that that's a good aspect of providing landscaping, lighting as required, where that's not there now. And in my opinion, I think the requested relief is appropriate and has no impact to your zone or zone plan or your master plan.
Okay.
Did you say there's lighting in the parking lot?
There's lighting proposed. Yeah, that was one of the review comments by Mr. Hurlis in the requirement.
Could I just raise a couple items that are mentioned, I believe, in by the plans, and I'll just lay them out on the lateness of the hour rather than asking questions and you pick how to respond to them, if that's okay. I believe in here makes reference to losing one on-street parking spot in the configuration. So I guess this is Cape May, and you know how valuable a parking spot is, particularly on the beach block. So is there a configuration that could be, I would say consider a configuration that would not result in an elimination of an on-street parking parking space. Also, it's a fairly rough-looking lot as it is. Nonetheless, it is a parking lot, but it is part of the streetscape in that area. So I think the Environmental Commission had made some recommendations regarding plannings. Suggestion may be, is there some way to be able to visually provide a visual block between the parking lot and the street? I think it could serve a couple purposes. One, soften the look of that particular area. In particular, since you are asking that it be a gravel parking lot as opposed to a paved parking lot, which a gravel parking lot tends to look a lot more rough and unfinished to begin with. I understand your reasons why you're requesting a gravel parking lot, but it still has that unfinished, it has a different look compared to an asphalt parking lot. And I think the planning as well, if you're having guests that are across the street and vehicles are pulling out, bushes that are there pulling out, it cuts down on headlights and lights coming onto the property as for people who would be sitting out front. So I think, again, from a streetscape standpoint, but also from people who are guests at your establishment, it would provide a benefit to them as well. So, and I just want to be clear about this. I have to say, I'm struggling a little bit with the idea of it being a gravel parking lot as opposed to a paved parking lot. I understand the reasons that you have placed, but I'm still trying to think that through. And also, am I correct that you are proposing reducing the total number of spots from 64 to 48?
So,
But at the same time, while it's intensifying the use of the property, it's another, because I understand we've talked about, there's certain seating that doesn't count as dining seating, but look, it attracts guests. You have guests that are there utilizing the property in a great way, but it does intensify the use of the inn. And on the other hand, you're talking about a proposal, or asking for a variance that would actually cut down on the number of parking spaces that would need to be required. Right. So those are some of the concerns that I wanted to express to you and ask for your response to those.
First, on landscaping, it is fine. They can landscape the Ocean Street side of the parking lot with some evergreen shrubbery that we can submit in a compliance plan to Mr. Hurlis.
It's shown on the plan.
Right.
So
It is,
the Environmental Commission recommended they swap out the
Right.
species and put a different species in there.
They did. I just wanted to make sure that if that's going to be, that would be a condition, including their recommendations as far as the appropriateness of the species for the reasons that they had said. I think part was native species, but also, in fact, it was expressed at an Environmental Commission meeting earlier today that there's a problem with a certain type of boxwood, I believe, that they're just dying. So, yeah, so look, don't want to spending money on something that's going to fail anyway. So I just wanted to look to see, make sure that that would be a condition.
So a few things. One is yes, with regards to the landscaping plan, the Environmental Commission had specific comments and we'll revise the plan accordingly. And the intent of that planting along Ocean Street and the parking lot was to create that buffer and headlight buffer as a result. That's why we use boxwood, because the boxwood do grow up a little higher and hit the headlight of most common cars. With regards to the parking or on-street parking in the existing condition, there's 4 parking spaces now. Mr. Hurlis and I talked about it today or this afternoon with our location of our access point. We have it offset so that we avoid hitting that existing B inlet that's in the street. But in the current condition, we have 2 access points, and we'll maintain the minimum 4. If not, we'll try to figure out a way to get 5. So we'll work with, and that was a public comments comment as well, Public Works comment. So we'll work with Mr. Hurlis in making sure that that's.
I think there's an opportunity to save the one space that's being encroached upon. And I think there's an opportunity to create one where the driveway to the ocean side is being eliminated. So there's potential to gain one and save one, based on my comments in my report. And I think Mr. Cornick is going to do his best to
With our minimum, we're
comply with that.
maintaining what's out there. We're trying to gain.
Right.
That's the approach.
Or having both ingress and egress at the same spot. Correct.
Yeah, correct.
Space, yeah.
And before you get into the next part of it, which is paving, and I was going to go through this in my review, but it's very important. I mean, this lot was supposed to be paved back in 1995, and it's kind of existed in this state. And it's you used the term rough. If there are very deep potholes, it's not been well maintained. Typically, the ordinance requires anything with more than 5 parking spaces to be paved. In this case, we have 48 proposed parking spaces. With that type of volume for a parking lot, I always recommend that asphalt surfacing be provided. The context of this in a historic area may persuade the board to grant the variance, but from a pure circulation and wearing standpoint, I would recommend that asphalt be provided.
If it is provided, what does the drainage have to be?
And that's so, in my review, I requested grading and drainage, or at least grading information be provided on the plan to evaluate that, because there's none on the plan. I can't tell you where the water's going to go.
Okay, yeah, that's all.
So with
you can-
regards to the intensification of, I think you said the use as a result of the outdoor seating and what's going on from 95 to today, yes, you could probably squeeze in 67 parking spaces or 67 cars in a lot today. And I did, I parked in it, and it was very difficult to navigate, and it's not safe and it's not per your design standards. So 67, while there is today, is not a compliant parking lot as it results from parking space dimension and clear drive aisles as a result. So what we provide is a standard parking lot that's per your ordinance.
Yeah,
I would suggest an asphalt parking lot where you can delineate lines as opposed to what you cannot do. And obviously, you can't do that on a gravel parking lot. Would make it a lot easier to be able to define spaces, whatever the total number of spaces are.
They didn't mention it in their testimony, but they have proposed the concrete parking stops in front of each parking space. It's in lieu of curb. So they're not proposing curb, but they're proposing those concrete stops that kind of tell you where to park. So that kind of alleviates that. But I just wanted to commend the applicant on the redesign of the parking. This design is certainly better than the 1995 version from a circulation and safety standpoint within that, the circulation movements. So,
And
thank
when you have a better layout on a parking lot, thanks, Greg, I don't get that many.
I just want to tell them it's better than what they would have had.
But when you do have a better laid out parking lot, it's easier to maintain as well. So I think that when you start to look at asphalt versus stone in this particular community with stormwater impacts, I think a stone parking lot is a better alternative as long as the maintenance measures are put in place. The parking lot to the north of us is stone. Portions of the parking lot, I believe, to the west of us have some stone. Most of it's asphalt. But a lot of that drains from the west through our parking lot towards Ocean. So I think that stone parking lot provides a little bit of a buffer of stormwater runoff directly across and into the street. It helps, slow that down. So that's why I think the stone is an
So the
appropriate
Marquise parking lot drains onto your lot, is what
It
you're
does.
saying?
A portion of it does.
Does a portion of it drain towards Decatur Street?
A portion of it does drain towards Decatur. There's kind of a ridge in between, so half of it's coming towards us and the rest of it coming towards Decatur.
So you have 61 spaces on there now?
You can count 67. There's a C box that's in there now that's probably, taking up 10 of them, so there's.
That's being removed, by the way,
That's
correct?
called out on our plan to be removed.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
Do you charge people to use this lot?
Do what?
No.
Do you charge people to use this lot?
No.
So theoretically, somebody going to the beach could use this lot.
No.
No.
They have to have.
There is a parking attendant.
We have a parking attendant, and
Oh,
you
all
get a guest pass.
So you have to be a resident, you have to be a guest of the inn in order to utilize the parking lot.
Correct.
How about if I'm just showing up for dinner?
You can as well. Yeah, as long as we have open spaces. We reserve, 51 spaces for our hotel guest rooms.
You won't have-
And then if we have open spaces.
You won't have that.
Right.
I think.
But if the guests are only using
Sorry?
45 of the spaces, you do have 3 extras. So I think that's the point.
No.
So how are you losing that many spaces? Are they not 9 by?
It's a dimensional geometry practice. So, your requirement is, I think, a 23-foot minimum drive aisle with 18-foot. 18-foot.
The code requirement is 20, but the width of that drive aisle is not subtracting parking spaces.
It's the Wild West in there.
It was just the configuration that was approved before was a little archaic and just squeezed stuff in where it really shouldn't have been squeezed in.
Was there actually a configuration approved at one point?
Yeah, they're actually bonded. I mean, theoretically, they could have built this thing already.
They should have.
Exhibit
Yeah.
A1, you can see what was approved in 1993.
Nobody recognized it.
20 feet is a very difficult dimension to navigate two-way traffic and backing out.
By going down
I
to,
don't think it gains you anything either.
It doesn't.
You're gaining 6 feet.
I gained 6 feet and my parking space needs to be 18.
Yeah. So I appreciate a better design parking lot, but I'd also I still think an asphalt parking lot is something that should be considered. And Craig, I know you're going to be giving your review, but I would appreciate your input as far as particularly the drainage issue, because we've heard a lot about why this is better from a drainage standpoint, but we have a lot of asphalt parking lots in town, and we managed to deal with proper drainage, including right along Beach Avenue and in historic districts as well. So, I guess the question would have is, what is so unique about this piece of property that would make it suitable for a variance in relation to?
Yeah, it's my opinion that if the board requires asphalt and the topography dictates it, they're going to be providing a stormwater system that's going to have to mitigate, the additional runoff going from gravel to asphalt. Now, that's not a horrible situation. If you're going from grass to asphalt, there's a lot more, volume that you have to account for. But you're only dealing with the water quality storm, improving those conditions. And we just wanted to make sure that it was graded properly so that it's not impacting any of the adjoining property owners.
And that recommendation is very consistent with the intent of the zoning ordinances to begin with.
Yeah, it's a normal requirement for anyone doing a site plan.
Right, right.
Would we set a parameter on timeline to get it paved if we're saying
Well,
that as a
that's-
requirement?
That's a whole
What your bond is.
different issue. I mean,
As you can tell, 1993 or 1995, we're in 2026.
well, I mean, this is a new site plan, so in order for the site improvements across the street, like the seating, et cetera, the patio and everything to be CO'd, they have to do the whole site together. So it's going to be tied that way.
But to follow up to the question, the answer you just gave me on that, my question, doesn't that actually provide a very serious negative consequence for granting this variance? That you're not following our approved zoning ordinances with respect to paving and drainage? I mean, that seems to me like a negative consequence.
That's why they're asking for a variance. We didn't vote on it yet.
That's what I mean, but if you give the variance, the negative consequence of this is that we're going to ignore our standing zoning ordinance with respect to paving and drainage.
But that's what a variance is.
I know, but see, that's my point.
Okay.
They've given you reasons why.
Yeah.
That is my point.
Yeah.
If you
They've
vote
given you
for
reasons
this,
Why, I've given you reasons why not.
Okay.
the reasons why not are, it's a negative consequence. If you do this, you ignore the value of the zoning ordinances, which some other body passed to make the policy.
That's true of every variance ever granted.
I get that. And that's why I vote against variances, because they defy the intent of the ordinances.
No, but that is improper, that's improper decision-making. You don't deny a variance because it violates the ordinance. That's not a reason, because every variance by definition violates the ordinance. There may be really good reasons to deny it. Actually, there may be no good reason to grant it. That's a reason in and of itself. But to say that I vote against variances because they don't comply with the ordinance.
No, I misstated what I'm saying. What I'm saying
I'd rather you
is,
not say that, particularly when we're.
what I'm
reporting on
saying
what
is
you
that the
said.
balancing of negative and positive consequences
That's
creates
all-
the vote.
That's what you're supposed to do.
That's what I'm doing. But the witnesses didn't indicate that there were any negative consequences to this. I get that, but so we have to, for ourselves, determine whether there's a negative.
We understand your point.
Okay, all right.
First, I think that it's no substantial negative impact or impairment of the zone plan, but I think Mr. Cornick just wants to speak just briefly to the positive part of it.
Can you just move that microphone closer, please? Thank you.
So when we start talking about drainage, parking lot, asphalt versus stone, obviously this parking lot's been in its existing state, whether it's maintained or not, for a very long time and has had no negative impact to the neighboring properties or the community. And I think that my testimony was consistent that that would remain as one of my positives, that there's no impact. But when you start talking about asphalt, and while it's nice, it's somewhat maintenance-free, but there are consequences or negative impacts that come with asphalt. Asphalt with the heat transfer, obviously to summer months, extremely hot. And you have that particular parking lot that's surrounded by buildings and other asphalt and vertical structures. You get that heat coming off of that, and we don't have a lot of opportunity to put trees or shade over top of it to take away that negative impact. With regards to stormwater, stone does act somewhat like a asphalt parking lot, especially over years of compaction. So stormwater does run off, and that runs off in the current condition. It runs straight off into Ocean Street, but it does slow down, and that's the important discussion. So when you talk about stormwater management, whether it's water quantity or quality, I think stone provides a benefit to the systems in the area by slowing that stormwater coming across from existing asphalt parking through our stone parking lot into Ocean Street. So I think when we talk about stone surface versus asphalt, it's now a preference. Yes, your ordinance says that parking lots greater than 5 spaces need to be asphalt. But in this case, this particular parking lot has functioned well. I think that the new ownership will take a little bit more pride in maintaining, and I think that the stone surface is a better alternative in the community.
Has the HPC opined on the parking lot issue?
They have not. I was not aware of the HPC having
control
approval over parking lots,
I'm
but we
just
can.
curious from a historic perspective, if they like stone better than paving. I've never really heard them talk about that.
I think
I
that
think
they
stone
have
is more
sometimes,
benign.
yeah, I think sometimes that they have weighed in on this. So you're going back there for some of the other items that we've talked about. I would make sure that, they're approving it, whatever the design is,
Well, we
or the choice that at the end of the day we vote on.
I would think
we
the
have- we have-
HPC would prefer a stone parking lot versus asphalt.
Well, we'll make that a
district.
separate motion.
But I don't want to speak for them, but I do, I think it's a good point if, when we go to them for the other items, that we bring this up and get their opinion on it.
Well, we could always,
The one last question,
Well, I just wanted to follow up. The applicants, when giving the positive and negative criteria, they love to accentuate the positives. The negatives that the board can utilize in evaluating that variance is that that standard is one of the safety standards in our code. So there's a reason why they've decided that 5 spaces is appropriate to start having a solid asphalt surface. It says safe surface approved in all conditions. So this parking lot, as it exists now, is an example of what happens if you don't maintain it. There are trip hazards. When you have, those big puddle, rutted areas, they become trip hazards for patrons. So it's a safety issue. So that the board can rely on that. It's found in the ordinance, and relies on the safety. So I just wanted to point that out.
I apologize, I did look at your letter, but I forget if it mentions the pad that you usually talk about.
The tracking pad?
Yeah,
So there is one proposed.
okay, good.
It's 20 foot in length. And I'll give a caveat, in case the board does support the variance, I would ask that be extended all the way, even with the back of the front row of parking spaces along Ocean Street. So essentially it would double the length from 20 feet to 40 feet.
what's this now?
I'm just saying, if the board
Concrete.
supported the variance and allowed them not to pave that lot, I would ask that tracking pad at the entrance to Ocean Street,
The proposed concrete driveway.
they're proposing a 20-foot concrete driveway apron. I would ask them to extend that to 40 feet or to the back of the island that separates the
Right.
driveway from the parking spaces.
Craig, if an asphalt parking lot was there, would we still be looking at gaining those additional parking spaces in
You're
terms
not-
of that?
The asphalt versus the gravel has nothing to do with the number of spaces.
Okay.
It's just a better surface versus, a better, more safer surface versus a more pervious surface, as that's the argument they're making.
Gotcha. Okay.
Is there handicap parking in this lot currently?
There is not
Okay. Where's the handicap parking located?
on the street.
On the street, and that's it, okay.
but it's on the plan. that's
Gotcha.
Being proposed.
All right.
Craig, do you have anything else in your report?
Okay.
I'll go through my report real quick,
That sounds
quickly
good.
as I can.
Sure.
So are you guys done? I'm sorry.
Well, I don't think we we didn't touch on the variances for the banner or the shed in terms of the positive and negative criteria.
We
But
should allow them to finish that.
just, John, if you want to just touch on that briefly, you take the shed and the banner, because we have those 2 variances.
Right.
And also the variance for having the outdoor seating on the grass. Correct. So all 3 need to be.
So in line with the discussion on the parking lot on the separate lot, we can restate those same discussion points in the C2 criteria as it relates to the positive and negative discussion. So starting with the purposes of the land use law and the purposes of the act, we always, again, use A, to encourage municipal action to guide the appropriate use or development of all lands in the state in a manner which will promote the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. I think that we've gone through an extensive discussion on the outdoor seating and reconfiguring that seating so it's a 10-foot setback from the right-of-way line, and that, to me, is a discussion of safety and general welfare. That was because you wanted that space between the back of the right-of-way for pedestrian access. With regards to the sign, that's a difficult one to find a purpose of the act. And again, I think that A is an appropriate purpose of the act. C is always a reminder that to provide adequate light, air, and open space, that sign's not impacting anything, so I think that's still maintained on the site as a result. And it's a temporary structure or temporary sign.
A, in that it identifies for people looking for this activity that gives them an easier way to identify where it's located.
It does.
Is that a safety?
It's a safety concern. you know, when you talk about the location, and this ties into parking and everything that's associated with this part of the city, you have a lot of pedestrian and bicycle activity. And I think that the ancillary aspect of the sign is important. You have a lot of people walking up and down the promenade, and making sure that that particular activity at the end is advertised, I think is a benefit as a result.
Lastly, the shed.
The shed. So the shed is an existing non-conforming condition. That shed was there in its capacity at the transfer of ownership, but it was never approved. So if you look at the plan, again, that's in that rear portion of the inn. It's within the rear yard setback, but it's no further violating the setback than the existing building as it sits today.
Can we say it promotes a desirable visual environment because it contains the stuff as opposed to it laying around outside?
It does, and that's a
one I-
good point.
the one I used
That
to do.
stores seats and tables that would generally be on the outside of the building, laying against the building. So that's, that could also be discussed as B2 as well, Mr. King. Secure safety from fire and flood, you know, keeping that infrastructure away from the actual building.
And lastly, the negative criteria on those 3 variances.
So with regards to the negative criteria, again, I restate what I said. With the parking lot, I find that there's no negative impact to the zone plan, or your zoning ordinance as a result. The shed, again, is not encroaching into the setback further than what the existing principal structure is. I believe that the outdoor seating is a nice amenity for the community and for the inn, for the public to enjoy, so I don't find that there's a negative impact there. And again, it's a temporary structure, it's not a permanent structure, so that can always be moved and removed. And then, for some reason, I keep forgetting the third. The sign, again, that's a temporary structure. The city has many signs that go up temporarily through the summer season, and that's just part of the charm of the city, so I find that there's no impact.
So these variances, along with the parking lot variances, can be granted based on the C1 and C2 criteria?
I believe.
Actually, the 3 we just mentioned were C2. Okay,
And the parking lot, C1.
okay.
Could you explain the parking lot where the metal storage container is? There's a 10-foot wide access easement running from the ocean, or from Ocean.
Right, so
What-
as
what-
part of our design.
What is that?
That's benefiting the marquee. So the marquee has a little bit of an encroachment into the parking lot with regards to some stairs. But we're not proposing any parking in that 10-foot easement. We're proposing the improvement. the
That's an
stone-
existing easement,
That's an existing easement.
so you can't park in it.
We can't park in there. And that design contemplates that access easement.
What's in the metal storage container?
It's gonna be taken away.
Bodies.
It's gonna be taken away. They're gonna remove it.
Oh, all right. Is that what the hatch marks mean?
No, it
Yeah,
says,
it's to be
left-
removed.
left- it says on the mark.
For the ghost tour.
existing storage to be removed.
I see, okay. All right. Extra parking space.
Good?
We're good.
Okay.
Driveway.
Ready?
Yep.
Okay, summarizing my May 13th, 2026 review memorandum. This is an application in the C2 Business District, and they are seeking preliminary and final site plan with variances as well as outdoor seating approval. You've heard testimony indicating what they're proposing. I'm going to roll on to page 3 under my completeness review. There were some checklist information that had not been provided. Items 3D, E, F, and Y should be provided as conditions of any approval. And then under the section 412, which is the outdoor seating ordinance, there was some information that's necessary to be added to the plan. The plan becomes the governing enforceable document. So that information needs to be added to that plan, but I did recommend deeming this application complete. With regards to the variances, I heard Mr. Cornick's testimony and substantially agree with the variances that he's requested. They are listed on page 6 of 12 on my report. Item 1 is the rear yard setback for the shed. 2 is the number of parking spaces. 3 is for the banner sign duration, and that's for every July and August. So that's for the time, duration that's permitted to be exceeded. Items 4 through 10 pertain to the parking lot across the street, across Ocean Street. All of those variances that are being requested are substantially similar, if not the same, to the previously approved site plan, with the exception of number 9, which is the paved parking surface, and we've had a discussion about that already. I am not supportive of it, but they're still requesting that variance. I think there were a couple of other variances that were mentioned in testimony. The CO2 tank encroaches into the side yard setback. That requirement is 6 foot on one side, and it looks to me that it's approximately 2 foot setback from the side lot line, but the applicant agreed that they will landscape and buffer that so that it's not visible from the street. There's a variance for the outdoor seat location, and that's being the couches, the fire pit seating. They've agreed that's within the front yard setback, and it's not consistent with the outdoor seating ordinance requirements. So there's a variance that's asked for that, but they did agree to set that back 10 feet from the right-of-way line. And then they did mention the temporary enclosure of the porch, and I don't know whether that triggers a variance or not, or whether that's just a site plan element.
I think we said the HPC would.
The HPC
Okay, so I just had that in my notes, so I just want to make sure that it ended up on the record that you were asking for that approval. Okay, so that's a summary of the variances. Once again, I was supportive of most, if not all, with the exception of the paved parking surface. And I will move on to my general review comments that start on page 8 of 12. These all should be conditions of approval, and I'm just going to highlight the important ones. Items 1 through 5 should be all be conditions of approval. They're not worth mentioning. We've sort of talked about those. Item 6 is the continuation of the requirements of the outdoor seating ordinance, and I've asked for additional information to be provided on the plans consistent with that, and that continues on the next page, onto page 11 of 12. I did recommend that bike racks be provided on site. Is that, you have the ability to do that?
Yes.
We currently have one in the parking lot.
In the parking lot, is there one across the street for the restaurant?
There is not currently.
Okay, so we would request that one be provided on that side of the street. Once again, I mentioned the compliance with the minimum stormwater management and grading requirements. They're going to be required to place some additional grading information on the plans. Depending on how the board evaluates that variance, whether stormwater management is required or not will be determined. Item 10, I recommended some additional landscaping be provided along the front yard. Buffering of the fire pits area is recommended. They did indicate that they are setting that back further, and they do have to maintain clear aisle and access ways. So that's something that should be considered, and I kind of back off my recommendation to buffer that if it's going to impact those clear access ways. Let's see here. 11 talks about grading and drainage. I already mentioned that. 12 is the comment where I recommend they align the driveway to preserve the on-street parking space. And it requires some additional improvements within the city right-of-way, but I believe that they're doable, and it's worth saving that metered spot because of the importance of parking in the city. So that should be addressed. And then items number 13 through 21 are all standard conditions that I recommend be applied to similar site plan applications like this.
Mr. Hurst, I just note that the fire department did come back and had a recommendation with a condition having to do with the fire pit cylinders. So I'd like to have that.
I was actually going to
Yeah.
get into that. So
Okay.
we did receive Environmental Commission report dated August 15th, 2026. They recommended that the variegated leaf boxwood be replaced with inkberry. And they also recommended using more native plants, and they mentioned those. Is that can we?
Yeah, we can
Okay,
comply
you can
with that.
agree to that? Okay. The fire department recommended approval with the following conditions is proper identification is needed on the fire pits for the liquid propane gas cylinders. If additional LPG cylinders are being stored on property, they need to be shown on the plans and in compliance with the fire code. So that information should be added, and that would be,
What's the date?
that is dated date of that is 8/7/26. Police Department recommended approval with no comments dated 8/5/2026. Public Works recommended approval, and this was consistent with my review. They recommended the condition that it is approved as long as there is no loss of any parking space. I take that to mean the on-street parking space because that's their purview of review. And that review memo was dated 8/10/2026. And then finally, Shade Tree recommended approval, and they just indicated the following conditions, and it's more of a statement, is there's no trees at the location that are being impacted.
Greg, I have one question. I know you've already gone over this, but just prior to a motion and a vote, on variance number 9, can you please state again why you're against the paving of the parking surface?
I'm against the variance from
Okay,
them not paving the requirement.
okay.
Okay, so my recommendation is, this was approved in 1995 as a paved surface. I recommend, because of the impact, we have a 68-unit hotel and a 212-seat restaurant with patrons coming and going from that type of high-intensity use, utilizing a parking lot of stone. It is not the appropriate surface. It will get rutted up and will not be able to handle that type of turnover. And that's why I'm recommended that asphalt be provided.
Okay, I was reading it wrong. Thank you.
Craig, I'm assuming that the area between the bumper stops on Ocean Street, there's a 10-foot or 9-foot setback? That's where you want the,
If you flip to the next page, there is a landscaping plan, a landscaping and lighting plan that shows the buffering that's proposed.
but they show it with the stone lot.
Yeah.
Not a paved lot.
Yeah.
So that would remain unpaved so they could plant that.
That's going to be planted in the proposed condition.
Regardless of pavement or stone.
Okay,
Right.
all right.
And before we vote, can I recommend that the parking and the
doing three
banner
votes.
sign 3? Thank you.
Craig, in your analysis, did you come across any provisions for pedestrian safety for crossing the street from the parking lot to the hotel to the restaurant?
No, but it's certainly, safety is a component of site plan review. So, but I mean, we're not providing any ADA parking over there. I mean, theoretically, they should go to the intersection and cross at an approved crosswalk.
Theoretically.
I never want to recommend a mid-block crossing. They're dangerous. People don't tend to stop for them.
So they're crossing the mid-block without a crossing?
I mean, well, there's plenty in the city and we see what happens, but,
Yeah,
especially
especially with people using golf carts
Yeah.
and scooters.
the one thing that I've noticed in the current conditions is that there is someone on site that can aid people in crossing the street if necessary, I guess, but, there is an attendant.
Should we require a sign exiting the parking lot that pedestrians cross at the corner?
That's
I-
just common sense.
Yeah,
It's baby
Yeah,
steps.
yeah, I know it's common sense.
theoretically, you're jaywalking if you cross at that.
Yeah, I know, it's common sense.
Yeah.
But have you seen the common sense exhibited in this town?
The sign's not going to make it any more commonsensical.
Yeah, I get it. How many people, it's common sense when you see a sign, no dogs in the mall. Why are there dogs in the mall? Common sense is not the substitute.
So obviously, the sign doesn't make it any more.
Yeah. No one goes to the crosswalk. I know I don't.
You don't need another sign. You don't need another sign.
Okay, fine.
Middle of town. So, anybody have any other comments? Rich is good, he's got the three vote, the three.
We're going to vote on, I do want to review one thing, so that
Can we open to the public, please? I believe there's someone here, in case you want to.
I'm sorry, yes.
Thank you.
My bad. All right, you need to come up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I just have some questions.
Okay, ma'am, well, we have to do this, before you start, can you please state your name and spell it?
Joanne Giovanetti, Joanne Giovanetti.
Okay, and can you please give us your address?
23 Ocean Street, which is directly across the street from the parking lot.
Okay, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, go ahead, just talk loudly so everyone can hear you, okay?
Okay, I didn't know, it's my first variance meeting, if I was allowed to look at the plans prior, but I've learned a lot from it, but I would still like to look at the plans. My concern is the lighting, that it's not shining on my house. You know, if there are domes going down, you know, that's one concern. According to this, I thought you were asking for an asphalt parking lot. It said it was going to be paved in this variance. Now you're saying stone?
The variance relief was from the requirement that it be an asphalt parking lot.
Okay, so isn't it stone now?
Yes.
Yes.
So what are you going to do differently?
We'd like to keep it stone, but
Are you going to add more stone?
we would clean it up and maintain it. and
Okay, got it.
put landscaping in,
Okay.
remove some stone.
Because if it were to be asphalt and you were talking about the lines, I think the curb stoppers would be a better option instead of me looking at a white lined parking lot. That's just my, now the entrance, is that going to change?
We're going to realign it, but do you want to go through all your questions and then I can try to?
Okay, yeah, I'm concerned with that. The cars exiting aren't shining on my front porch. And then it was the stone too, because I thought it was going to be paved according to this, but, and the drainage I was concerned about, because asphalt is impervious. And I think it would create more water run, like last Wednesday it flooded.
Okay.
That's it.
So I can go through a couple of these and if I forget what you asked.
Yes,
I'll
and
try to help.
then the hedges, I hadn't read that, but that's, would make it look better from my front porch. And I just wanted them to be like in the middle, if you're going to change the entrance and the exit.
There's a plan right there. If you want to step around and look at it, you can see right where the exit is, and maybe the professional can point to it for you and help you out.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm looking at.
So in the existing condition, I'm going back to our minor site plan that was submitted. We have two entrance points, one on the north side of the lot. Is that loud enough? And one on the south. So what we are doing is closing the south entrance and reconfiguring.
I'm right here.
I don't know.
You're lot 18.
You're here. Right.
So what's across from me?
The entrance and exit is across from you, but we're realigning it to be right in the same location, more or less. So we're closing the south entrance. We're planting hedge along these parking spaces on the west side. Your lighting plan that we provide is a LED light. We can control that light, so it's not what you would typically see in old parking lots with the big globe. It's an LED light
And it
that
wouldn't be
pushes.
pointing at my
It would
house.
not be
It's gonna
pointing
be
at your house.
coned down.
It would be coming in cone down. We can use a warmer temperature. We'll go through that with Mr. Hurlis, making sure that he's comfortable with that, so we don't have to go super bright, but we can go with a warming, lower temperature light. With regards to drainage, I wholeheartedly agree with you with regards to keeping stone versus pavement. You would be looking down at asphalt with striped lines. I think stone's a little bit less intrusive from a visual blight discussion. So we're asking for a waiver from paving it, but this board's going to choose whether or not we can do that.
But the stone, like, as you're seeing, it was done like 30 years back to the,
You can hold yours.
So the stone that was done like 30 years ago, obviously half of them have washed away. That's why it's so pitted.
Correct.
So is that going to be maintained?
That's yes.
Okay.
That would, if the board were to choose to allow us to remain and maintain stone, that would obviously be a condition of approval, is that that has to be maintained.
Maintained, yeah. All right, so my concern now is the entrance and the exit is facing my home. So are you angling that, or is it going to point, it'll point right at
It'll
my?
point right at your home, as it does now.
Is there an engineering reason?
No, it doesn't.
It has to be across our house and not across some
Yeah, can
view
you
in the side yard
clo-
of the other house?
close that and open up the other one?
We can close that and go to the.
No, this is the entrance now, right?
Correct.
And that's the exit.
There's two entrances.
But they're closing one of them, so they're going to go in and out. And out.
But if,
Well, isn't one an entrance and one is an exit,
Closing one.
That would make too much sense.
which is right across the street from my house here?
what,
They're talking about perhaps moving it down and closing the one closest to your property and move, and
Right
then-
now, that
yeah.
would be a change.
And just have, yeah.
You may lose
let me
parking
let me help you out. We have two entrance points, whether they're in and outs or not. I went out the north side today. What we have proposed is a full movement, so you can come in and out of this driveway as proposed. What we're talking about now is to accommodate your questions and concerns and reposition it back down to here and closing this off completely.
Does that create a loss of parking spaces?
No,
No?
it's
Okay.
the same design. Geometrically, it's just a
Okay.
swap.
What about the street spaces?
It's,
The
again,
on-street spaces?
Craig, we have 4 spaces now, and where that entrance is
But
where.
it might involve the realignment of those spaces.
It might involve realignment, but I don't believe we'll lose
Yeah,
space.
well, I mean, we could just move it back to this space that gets closed. is
Correct.
what you're saying.
Right.
Okay, all right, yeah,
So
right.
I think we can accommodate that.
Okay.
Does a 10-foot wide easement,
We'd still be able to access that.
that doesn't violate that easement?
It's going to be where it is now.
It's just, yeah.
No, I think.
No, what we would do is all these parking spaces is shown. We have 11 parking spaces on Ocean. Those would shift north, and then our drive aisle would be on the south side.
And there will be
So
hedges.
how do you
correct?
propose to do that? I guess by repainting the lines, I guess, right?
If you were talking about on-street parking spaces?
Yes.
We would reposition those, correct.
And at your expense or the city's expense?
It would be at our expense.
Okay, I just want that on the record and we have an understanding so the public understands. that.
When you relocate that curb cut, would you be going down to the corner of the property?
Nah, because we have a utility pole there, Bill, so we have to be sensitive to that. So we would try to maintain the existing opening that's there and make sure we go to 24-foot wide.
Spot or two.
We'll figure it out.
He's saying no. Well, we make it a condition of the approval that we need to see any,
48 spots.
right, yes, yeah, any change to that, we would have to be made aware. Does that satisfy your questions, ma'am? Did that satisfy your questions? Okay, all right.
Can I just have one more, kind of, before Rich tells us how the motions are going to be phrased? I just want to point out, this is not a heavily used public parking lot. These are mainly hotel guests who park there, may not leave for the entire stay. So it's not like cars are going in and out, like a heavy, like a shopping center or a public parking lot that's available for public use. So that should be taken into consideration when looking at the variance for the gravel in light of the benefits, because environmentally, I hate asphalt. I would never put an asphalt parking area in my home, and I just don't like them. I think they smell, I think they're hot, and to me, it's just filled with chemicals. As in an environmentally sensitive town like Cape May, it's amazing to me
You don't-
that
you don't
ordinance
wanna do
exists.
concrete pavers, do you?
No. But asphalt is really not.
It's permitted. You can do concrete.
Is the promenade is the promenade asphalt?
Yes.
Yes.
And that's treated with something that makes it non-heat conductive?
It is painted over.
It's coated? Sounds like we can overcome some.
That's a different traffic user, that's pedestrian, we have vehicles going on it. Again, I think that the stone is, not to get into discussion again, but I think the concerns by the neighbor are valid, right? Looking at the heat coming off of an asphalt pavement surface in this type of environment and year, it's intrusive, and I think the stone is a benign use. Craig, I don't disagree with you. Obviously, pavement is the best, but, you know, in our discussions when we started this project was stone was appropriate, and I think that it remains appropriate, and if it's maintained, then I think that the concerns are moot. So it's to the onus of the ownership to maintain it. You have new ownership there now. They've owned it since what, 2022, 2021?
21, yeah.
We've been in this process since 2023. So, you know, the maintenance of this parking lot is going to be done when it's reconfigured.
So when it's not maintained, how are we ensuring that it's going to be maintained? Is there a maintenance schedule that will be provided, or how are we ensuring if the board grants the variance and allows stone?
And that's a great question, and I think that we can put performance notes on this plan with respect to maintenance of a stone parking lot. It'd be part of the record and be part of, you know, enforcement.
And who enforces that?
Code,
It'd be
Code
be
enforcement.
Code enforcement, right? So if somebody calls and complains that the parking lot has a pothole in it,
Well, it could be code enforcement or the zoning officer in conformance with
the plan.
Right.
the plan.
Plan. Yep.
So you have measures within the approval and the city to enforce maintenance.
Considering the
I mean, I would just recommend if we do go down that path, that we make it very clear that the zoning officer has that authority to enforce the maintenance of that, if we go down that path.
Okay, is everyone okay with doing a motion?
Just a clarification, are we voting on a C variance?
No, Rich will explain that. He's got,
The one thing I want to clarify one thing, so the record's clear and my understanding is clear. There will be 212 seats, and that includes the bar seats, the restaurant seats, and the outdoor seating, but not the seating on the veranda and the porch with tables under 36 inches.
30 inches high, 36 inches in surface area.
diameter.
Okay? So that's the 212, so there's no confusion later. So those couches and all that, I'm not doing the math, I don't know, but those couches are 3 seats, you know, if it's a couch, or the 2 seaters, I don't know, whatever that math was, I read the ordinance, but it says what it says.
5 feet,
That's
2
the
seats.
212. Things on the veranda and the porch don't count, but because there's stuff off the veranda and porch, oh wait, let me restate that. I don't want anybody to trip me up. If there's seats with tables on the porch and veranda that are greater than the 36 inches, those count towards your seating.
Correct.
Because I think there are some, honestly. There's big ones and little ones up there.
There's not. Nothing exceeds 36 inches.
Okay, in the picture, there's big square ones, and then there's ones that are small and round. I don't know the math, but, I mean, I sat at that one a couple weeks ago. I did not measure it, so,
Use the mic, Rich.
okay?
I see.
All right, so, just so that 212 is clear, so when they do the count, everyone knows what they're counting. All right, so, we discussed a couple of conditions that were kind of squeezed in the middle. I just want to take a second to go through those so most of them get caught, although I incorporate by reference everything that was said. But we talked about there being additional buffering near the CO2 tank. And you agreed to that, right?
Correct.
Yes.
And there's going to be at least 10 feet of front yard setback, which sounds like it's about 3.5 feet beyond the fence, right? Is that how that worked?
It's measured from the right of way,
10 feet from the right of way,
10 feet from the right of way.
Right.
okay? Everyone agrees and knows what we're talking about? All right, fine. If there is going to be, if the stone is approved, then it's going to be 40-foot pad, not 20-foot pad. And it's going to have, you're going to be obligated to maintain it in a professional and even manner to the satisfaction of the board engineer.
And the zoning officer. Shouldn't it be enforced by the zoning officer?
Did you say the city?
No, I got to name somebody. I'll say zoning officer then.
City engineer.
Well, I mean, it's,
Code enforcement officer too.
Craig doesn't have enforcement capability.
No, he doesn't. That's why.
So,
I think there's going to be a note on the plan with a maintenance plan that's satisfactory to the board engineer.
But I want to make it clear, though, that if this board does allow that as a variance, that the appropriate official is the code enforcement officer, the zoning official, the city engineer. I want that specifically outlined.
We can put all three inside of the maintenance provisions and say that, and enforced by code enforcement, city engineer, and zoning officer.
okay, let me restate what I meant because I think it was misunderstood or misstated by me. I am not saying that Craig is the enforcement authority. That's not how it works. But in terms of what those standards are going to be in that maintenance plan they're going to do, my intention was that that's something that Craig would approve and say, this is the maintenance plan. So if he says, Craig is going to say it has to be flat, no deviations more than 10 degrees over 3 feet, whatever the engineer, whatever the smart engineers say, that's what it has to be at all times. And the person who enforces that is the zoning officer. That's how that works. But normally, when we're going to do something where they're going to come up with a standard that they're going to put, you know, that's going to be put in place on the plan, Craig's the one who does the compliance review. So that's where that is going to live, because I'm not going to attempt to type that now. I don't know how it works. Okay, does everybody understand that distinction? Okay. All right. All right, so we're going to do 3 different votes. The first vote is going to be, I added a number 11, which is 412, I'm on page 6, which is number 11, I added 412-1, seating outside porch and veranda. Okay? Because that seating would count towards parking. It's not one of the exempted seats, so we're going to call that a variance. So the variance we're going to vote on altogether is I'm going to take out number 3, banner sign duration. We're going to vote on that separately. I'm going to take out number 9, paved surface parking. We're going to vote on that separately. We're going to vote on 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, and 11 together.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10.
1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11. Okay? We're going to do 3 and 9 separately next. Those are to be considered under C1 and C2 standards. I believe you should consider the C1 standard for the parking, because it is true that this is, although it's clearly not a Victorian hotel, I learned that tonight, it is an old hotel. It takes up a lot of the space. The parking is on a parking lot across the street. So they do have limitations created by the shape of by the size and location of the building as to where they can put parking. So they have a whole nother lot, and they have 48 spaces instead of the number that Craig determined was required. That's a legitimate C1 consideration. You can also apply the C2 standard to that for the reasons set forth by the board, by the applicant's engineer, if you're so inclined. So I recommend, the first vote is a motion to grant numbers 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, and 11 on page.
There's no 11. There's no 11.
I created a whole thing, number 11. It's 412-1. Number 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, and 11 is what I have.
You just added it.
What? We
No,
good?
I was talking to Gary.
Okey dokey. On page 6, that's the motion subject to the variances outlined by Craig in his report, including the Environmental Commission and Fire Department letters, the bike racks on both sides of the street, and any other conditions mentioned tonight and agreed to by the applicant, and the 10-foot item we discussed. That's the first motion I recommend being made. It'll be made in the affirmative. How you vote is up to you.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Deputy Mayor McDade motions, Mr. Crippen seconds. Councilmember Bodnar.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McDade.
Yes.
Mrs. Reed.
Yes.
Mr. Crowley. Mr. Riggs.
Yes.
Mr. Paducis.
Yes.
Mr. Crippen.
Yes.
Mr. Bizarre.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that was 7-1.
7-1.
I wrote down how many people were here. Okay.
7-1, yes.
Okay, the next variance I suggest considered by motion is the banner sign duration. That conversation, as I understood it, was that they're seeking to to post a banner sign for a recurring dinner theater thing they have there with a sign that's not solid. I guess it's some kind of plastic or something like that.
Banner.
A banner. Well, it's a banner sign, I guess we talked about. It communicates the
vinyl.
subject matter.
Yes.
As we learned tonight. So produces this question. And they want that to be over duration, longer than is permitted for a temporary sign, and they want that to recur. Mr. Crowley suggested that if it's going to be recurring and it's going to be there a long time, that perhaps they should do a permanent sign that is to be reviewed by the HPC as other signs would be, and have the other limitations of the sign, so that it'd be a nicer, more permanent sign. That was his view. But the applicant is requesting.
Still just for 2 months.
What's that?
But just for
Duration's 2 months.
2 months.
For 2 months is how long they want to do it. So the question is, so they have to do a real sign and the normal process to have it there for 2 months, or do you want them to have a temporary sign as requested for the duration of 2 months? So,
Still a temporary sign. You're just talking about the mechanical makeup of the sign versus vinyl versus something more.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a nice Inn of Cape May wooden sign on the front. You could put like a little hook thing at the bottom and say dinner theater, July through August or something like that. And it would probably look from a streetscape standpoint a little bit more appealing and more in line with,
That's not what they're talking
Yeah.
about. They're talking about putting a sign on the fence itself.
oh, on the fence? Oh,
What was proposed?
we know what was proposed.
Yeah,
Square foot sign.
no,
Yeah.
I think the board understands what is proposed. What we're trying to say is
Would you
I think there's a
consider
better
something
alternative,
else?
and would you consider having some sort of a better visual option out there? Like we're talking about, whether that's the hooks at the bottom and say that, or, something a little bit more visually, appeasing or appealing.
just do
From
a
that.
nice sign for 2 months.
Yeah.
You do a no vacancy sign, just hang a nice sign.
Place it in the same location.
Microphones, please.
Monzo, your microphone.
Yes.
It'll be the size that was proposed based on the ordinance, but it'll just be a different surface other than a vinyl banner. And it'll still be just the 2 months that are being proposed.
And you'll go to HPC to get approval.
Yes.
You can go to what's the special HPC?
Yeah, the review committee.
Review
Right,
committee.
yeah.
The whole big thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to amend that. So what they're proposing is a temporary sign, but of a means of construction that is more typical of a permanent sign. And they will have that reviewed by the HPC in technical review, or whatever the review committee they do. Okay, that's the proposal. So if someone wants to make that motion.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Deputy Mayor McDade, seconded by Mr. Paducis. Councilmember Bodnar.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McDade.
Yes.
Mrs. Reed.
Yes.
Mr. Crowley.
Yes.
Mr. Riggs.
Yes.
Mr. Paducis.
Yes, but I want to make a statement. I'm glad that we made this amendment because personally, I'm just seeing too many of these banner flags in Cape May. It's starting to look like a carnival sometimes with all these banner flags in town. So I'm glad that we made this amendment and that we're voting on this. So again, my vote is yes.
Mr. Crippen.
Yes.
Mr. Bizarre.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. The last one is 525-49A1, number 9, paved parking service. The applicant has requested to do to essentially keep the same material they have now, but to maintain it in a much better way. And that maintenance plan would be created and approved by Mr. Proposed by the applicant, but approved by Mr. Hurlis in his discretion, and then enforced strictly by the zoning officer. That would be, that's their proposal, and they've agreed to those conditions. However, there's been voices expressed that they would prefer a paved surface. So if you vote against this variance, then they will have to comply with the ordinance for a paved parking service, and will do so. But they'd prefer a stone surface, as would apparently the neighbor. So, I mean, that was the testimony as I understood it. And it's going to be relocated. Either way, the entrance and exit, since it's going down to one, will be towards the ocean side and not the interior side, as it appears in the plan. Okay, so that's, the motion is to grant the variance, and if you vote yes, then it's stone. Okay?
I was going to say, can we make it a condition that they actually come up with I mean, we talked about it a little bit, but just, so it's part of the record, that they do come up with a maintenance plan that,
Oh, absolutely. That is, I
That's
just
what,
thought
that's
about
going to be
that.
required.
that's in there.
Yeah.
Okay,
Approved in the discretion of Mr. Hurlis.
Yeah.
right,
To be enforced by the zoning office.
okay, all right,
They've agreed to that, and that's what it says, and that's what I'll
gotcha.
hopefully remember to put in my resolution.
I'll
Very
make
good.
that motion.
So the
I th-
motion is
To approve the variance requesting the allowance for stone.
I'll second.
yes means no paved.
Don't do that.
No.
Yes means stone.
Yes means stone.
Motion by Deputy Mayor McDade, seconded by Mr. Crippen. Councilmember Bodnar.
I vote no. Give the reasons for my vote. Essentially, they're the safety reasons that were outlined by Mr. Hurlis. To elaborate on that, as a surface, asphalt paving is safer than stone. Stone provides trip hazards, and just due to the nature of a stone parking lot, it's more prone to rutting and need of ongoing maintenance. Additionally, find as an additional safety feature that you can have in an asphalt parking lot, parking striping, which would delineate parking spots, and that provides additional safety greater than wheel stops, which essentially would be the only thing that can be offered in a gravel lot for to delineate parking spots.
Deputy Mayor McDade.
I'm going to vote yes, and the reason is because not only of the conditions of the maintenance plan, but the fact that the neighbor has expressed concerns about looking at, an asphalt parking lot, and I can appreciate that the reflection of that, coming off a very hot sun would probably not be very pleasant after a while. I think, Mr. Hurlis, you mentioned that they were going to put some kind of concrete buffer marks to be able to delineate spots, so it would not be as haphazard as it has been in the past.
Concrete parking stops.
Stops, thank you. So I'd like that to be a condition, also included in the maintenance plan, that those are.
They're shown on the plan.
Okay,
already.
all right, thank you very much. So that is my vote.
Mrs. Reed.
I first want to comment about going down in parking spaces, and I'm happy about that because the vehicles today are so large that if you're going down in parking spaces, I'm assuming they're going to be a little larger parking space. We have big SUVs and a lot of pickup trucks, and I know I find it troubling in some parking lots. So thank you for that. And I'm struggling with this because of lot coverage, and I don't like asphalt. I'm going to vote no. Or I want the gravel.
You want stone?
You vote-
you
you
want
voted-
gravel?
I want-
Then you vote yes.
Yes, I want to vote yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Crowley.
This whole exercise on this application comes down to a balance between the benefits for the applicant and the negative consequences for the city. Most of what we've heard, both in this one and the previous one, not the sun, but the previous one, basically sounded more consistently like in the interest of the owner, of the applicant, and not to the benefit or the content or the impact on the city. And this is an ordinance that really defies our existing standards. And this is an application that defies our existing standards. And I I can't vote for it because if the zoning ordinances mean something, then they ought to be followed to the extent that we can do this. And if they don't mean anything, they ought to be changed. But in this particular instance, this issue, to me, weighs in the balance of enforcing the ordinances and not enforcing the interest of the property owner or the applicant. So I vote no.
Mr. Riggs?
I appreciate the board's comments on this, and obviously I appreciate the applicant willing to have some sort of a maintenance plan on it. However, the safety concerns that were outlined by Mr. Hurlis and Councilman Bodnar, I fully agree with, and therefore I'm going to be voting no on that.
Mr. Padusis?
Yes.
Mr. Crippen?
Yes.
Mr. Bizarre?
Voting yes. I think that because this is a motel site, you're not going to get a lot of traffic in and out all the time. It's not like it's around the mall or whatever. And I think that the safety standards that have been agreed to by the applicant.
Thank you. Rich, we need to vote on the site plan as well.
And outdoor seating.
I have 5-3.
Let me back up for a second.
That was variances. If the, on the preliminary and finals.
Let me go to the first page. That's usually where I start. Okay, let me go back.
Voted no, it would have tied and lost.
We did the outdoor seating approval, I thought. 412, wasn't it the variance we granted?
I thought,
Oh, I get what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
I thought we did all variances.
The organization, yep. All right, so then the last thing we should vote on, thank you, gentlemen. I was focused on the variances, I apologize, is site plan approval. Included in that site plan approval is the design of the outdoor seating. And that will be approved as well. So, and that had to do, we moved it back, we changed the site to move it back to 10 feet.
And they're going to designate.
They're gonna put something to indicate where that 10 feet
Exactly,
is.
correct.
So they, so everybody puts the furniture in the right spot.
Hang a
Yes.
tape measure on the fence.
Yeah, a rope or something. else.
little markers in.
We can do something.
Yeah.
Think of something creative. Okay, so if you can, someone can make that motion.
Make that motion.
I'll second.
Mr. Riggs motions, Deputy Mayor McDade seconds. Councilmember Bodnar?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McDade?
Yes.
Mrs. Reed?
Yes.
Mr. Crowley?
Yes.
Mr. Riggs?
Yes.
Mr. Padusis?
Yes.
Mr. Crippen?
Yes.
Mr. Bizarre?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your patience. Appreciate it.
You.
Okay, see you guys. All right, we still have a couple things to go to, guys. Is there any, do we want to do discussion of the roof pitch tonight?
We're doing the
I
closed session.
hate to say, but we have a consistency review.
Do it too?
Okay.
Can that wait to the next meeting?
First of all,
If we could just talk about it a little bit tonight, because Judge Shep, we're in the, we just had oral argument, she's holding her decision.
We're talking about the other.
No. I'm talking about the master plan consistency. Can this
motion-
be
motion
held?
to pay-
I don't have to answer to Judge Shep.
Motion to pay-
Yeah, yeah.
I'll
Right.
make the motion to pay the bills.
Second.
Aye.
Second to pay the bills.
Everybody said aye.
all right.
Aye.
So now we're going to go to a
Thank
closed
you.
session.
So wait, back up for a second. Is this being tabled to the next
No,
meeting?
that's next.
No.
Next meeting?
No.
No, we're
That's-
talking about this right now. The
He's
master
talking
plan
about the roof
consistency.
The roof got postponed. What we're
Postponed,
talking about
okay.
now is the.
Thank you.
Tabling.
What's that? We're going to talk about that another time?
talk
Okay,
about
thank
the,
you.
The litigation, and since I'm not sitting on that application,
Okay.
I don't know that I should stay here.
Okay.
No?
You can't-
Litigation.
I can't stay in this again.
That's, I think that's.
I'd rather you did it because there's no, what you said or didn't say.
Okay.
Which I don't know what it is. I am unaware.
So we're just going to,
For,
Don't we need a-
for this, you
we
take
made the
minutes.
motion already.
You turn
But
off the
they're-
recording.
They're not as detailed.
Turn off your mics.
Okay.
And
Well, we have to go
we go off
upstairs.
the live stream.
We have to go upstairs. Because we still have to run the live stream. No, we can't turn off the live stream because we have to adjourn the meeting. So you leave it on, we just go. Wait a minute.
Mike's not here, so you want to take over?
Yeah. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Wait, we don't, we go to closed session, then we come back and adjourn. So we leave the live stream running. You guys do that too when you,
We have to turn the
Microphones are
microphone.
off. I mean,
listen to them, sit down with them, say, it's, as I told the shepherd, I had to concede, this spot is gonna be a hotel. You zoned it for a hotel. Let's make the best hotel if you did. Do we wanna make it a crappy business plan hotel that only rich people can use and the residents, none of us have already been there? We live here, who's gonna pay to stay there?
Right.
That's what you said, so, like, is that really what we want this place to be? So if that model works, then it'll get adopted in other places, so.
my impression was we needed to react to this soon. I guess maybe that was the wrong impression.
A lot of ways to react.
Okay, but I thought that we were sort of under the gun with having to.
We are not, I've never feel.
Okay, fine.
You know, if it's proceeding and we're moving forward, we start, Judge Everett isn't interested in writing things from left to right. So, you know, we just had a meeting tonight. I'll go back and I already emailed them saying, we need to see some plans. What is this amenity suite? So you guys know we got a 8,000 square foot hairdresser in here? That's not amenity. No, like, we need to know what this is.
Can
And then
I
we
ask
can
one
put
other
plans.
question? Would that come back and be open to the public?
After we have our negotiations, and we think that we have an agreement with them, we don't make any agreement to them. I wouldn't let you vote to agree with it. You wouldn't be allowed to vote to agree. You can't do that. The vote has to be public. So we're not voting on anything. We're just gonna get deal. It has to be a public hearing. Whatever.
Yes, we're back on the record.
Our closed session, we've discussed the certain litigation issues. I've been given a consensus of the board without a formal vote. There's more information that we need, and I'm going to speak to the litigants about trying to get us that additional information so we can address it further at a future meeting.
Thank you, Mr. King. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
All in favor? Thank you, everyone. Good night.